Yo, yo, yo. Happy Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. Here we are again, everybody. It's great to be back with you guys. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. Open panel, open discussion today. It's your thoughts, your opinions, your theories, not mine. I want to hear what you got to say. That's what it's about today. Let's do this. Come on in, grab a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, have a conversation with me. I'm ready. Are you? Let's do this. Hey, hey, what's up, everybody? How we doing today? Good to see ya. Good to be here with you. I hope you're all having a great day. Good to be back with y'all. Hope you guys had a great night last night. What is going on? Again, guys, once more, like I said, once, twice a week, we have an open panel, open discussion where I get to hear your thoughts, theories, opinions on everything we've been doing, everything that's been going on, and I cannot wait to hear what you got to say. We got 120 beautiful people in here, guys. If you will, you know what I'm going to say. Come on the door. Leave a little DNA on that like button for me, folks. Please, 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 if you would, and share this out to whoever you think may want to jump on in here with us. So very much appreciated. It would be great. It's great to have you all here. Let's see who we do have with us today. Hi, how are you guys? Excuse me. So, looks like Miss Heather's in the house. Heather M, welcome back, my dear. Good to see you. Noni McPoppins, welcome back. Evie Marie, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. The lovely Mrs. M, thank you for joining us today, dear. Sky, welcome back. Double Doll 666, good to see you. So great to have you here. Slim Skittles, welcome back. Sarah D. Iris, good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks, always happy to see you. Party of Five, welcome back. Great to see you again. Crime Sleuthin, good to have you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's see. Carol Freaking Claus, hey, good to see you. Sudi Basic, welcome back, dear. Good to have you. Shattered Dimensions, my brother, what's going on? Good to see you. The Canadian True Crime Buff, great to see you. Great to have you here. Crystal, welcome back, dear. V. Louise Arthur, good to see you. Thank you for joining us, guys. Let me know where you're tuning in from. I would love to see it. Every day, I love to know where you guys are coming from. See how many neighbors I got in here. Come on in. Grab a seat. Keep on coming. The Irish Wildstone Raider live. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let me see here. Sarah D. Irish, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Stevie Irwin, what's up, my brother? Good to have you. Good to see you. Looks like JoJo gifted 1 True Crime membership. Good to have you here. Thank you, JoJo, for doing that. And Katie is now a member of the Sauce, guys. We got a new meatball in the house. Miss Bonnie Bailey, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Good to have you here. Let me see. The OG, Miss Brandy B's in the house. Good to see you, Brandy. Thank you for being here, darling. All right. Marty Flores, good morning. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Gloria S., you made it. I'm so happy for that. It's great to see you. Crime Sleuthing, what's going on? Good to have you here. Let me see. Danger Zone, brother. What's up? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. No Change. Welcome back, dear. Good seeing you. Doozy. What's up? Good to see you. Karma Police in the house. Like I said, you guys better behave. We don't need nobody going out in cuffs today. Come on now. Come on. Lapping Stock. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Hope and happiness. Thank you so much for joining us today. Again, let's see. There's my buddy Eddie. One Maiden Nut. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Doozy. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. I think I'm almost there. Let me see. Did I miss you? Matt Umlo 12. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome back, Pisces. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Katie, welcome to the family, by the way. You've been gifted a membership. Welcome. Good to see you here. Jules and Bean, thanks for joining us today. Welcome back. I think I almost got everybody here. Come on in. Grab a seat. T2014, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, come on. JoJo, good to see you. Typically Unique, welcome back. Samira Dalby, welcome. Good to have you here, darling. Zelda's in the house. Good to see you, Zelda. Thanks for joining us. Come on in, guys. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. I hope it's good for you because it sure is good for me to be here with you all. Coco, what's up, sis? Welcome back. Come on in. Let's do this, guys. Find a seat. And you know I'm going to say it because I am King Cornball. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on and sit down and have a conversation with me, please. We got lots we can talk about, folks. And I definitely want to hear from you guys today for sure. Lynn69, there you are. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back to all the meatballs. Thank you all for jumping in the sauce with me today. Floating around, spilling a little bit of this sauce out all over the place so we can talk about some stuff. Angie H., good to see you. Come on in, guys. Kimberly Barrett, good to see you. Come on, guys. Find a seat. Get comfy. We're going to be here for a while. Red Riding Hood, how are you, darling? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. What did I just see here? Unsolved Crimes Uncovered. Great name. Welcome, dear. Good to have you. Good to see you. All right. Miss Lori Smith, it's great to see you. Welcome back. Altered Soul, always happy to see you. War Eagle, hey. We got ourselves an Auburn fan in here, huh? How about that one? Good to have you here. Good to see you. I guess we're going to have to go round and round because I'm a Bama fan. How about that? Roll Tide. Evie Marie. Miss Kells is back. Ashley Nicolette, good to see you. Mountain Mama, hey, how are you, dear? Good to see you. Mimi, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I love that you love the channel. That is all that matters to me. As long as you guys are happy, I'm a happy guy. 206 amazing people in here. We got 81 likes, guys. Let's make it match. Get up into that algorithm so we can do this thing. Welcome, Virginia Wolf. Good to see you. Miss Amy, good to see you. Patty, Patricia, Muzka, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. That has to be Slovak. That has to be Slovenian. I'm telling you right now. And there's my brother in arms, Mr. CJ. What's up, bro? Good to see you. He's working, but he's still here. Good to have you here, bro. I appreciate the support. There she is, guys. Miss Dolphin's in the house. Good to see you, Dolphin. Great to be here. Great to have you here, dear. Crime sleuthing. Cups can be fun. I guess it depends on what mood you're in, right? Wrong platform, guys. Let's move that along somewhere else. Not that it's a bad thing. Just saying. We are in the wrong platform for that one. Miss Anna Flavia Constantino. Got to say the whole name. Welcome, darling. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. Excuse me. All CJ does is work and do his show. That is not a lie. It is not yet, Coco. I'm working on it, sweetie. I promise you I will let you guys know as soon as everything's set up and running. We got somebody from the Jurassic. Looks like Lynn69 is the Jurassic Coast in Dorset, UK. That's great. Roll Tide. Live an hour from the Bama field. Hey, hey. Good to hear, Patty. Yes, Miss Heather. It is great to have you back, dear. I hope everything is going well for you. Things are starting to come together. I've been praying for you, keeping you in my thoughts and prayers. It is wonderful to see you, dear. I hope everything's okay. I did not forget. All right. Come on in, guys. Almost there. 91 likes. Let's do this. Once we get into that algorithm, guys, we're flowing. Flowing like water. Sydney Queen. We got another one from Australia. I got lots of folks from down under. Good to have you here, Sydney. Thanks for joining us today. One of my best friends is in Australia right now. That's where he lives. Raoul Kurbitz, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here. Judgmental. Love that name. That is so cool. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Time for pizza. Indigo. The two kind of go together. Angel, good to see you. We got a UKer. Raina Davis, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Come on, come on. We got plenty of room. 210 people. We broke the algorithm. We're out there. Thank you all so very much. You guys are awesome. Make sure you're leaving me some DNA on that like button. Amy Terry, good to see you. Thank you so very much. Yep, I got to get you guys' DNA all stored up in here. That way, when you're not in here, I can come find you. It is, really. Miss Zelda gifted a membership. That is so awesome. Peppermint Tea has been gifted a membership. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got some new meatballs in the house. That's a spicy meatball. Yay, yay. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Find yourself a seat. It's all your seat, and nobody else can take it.
To 90%
whoa, 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 whoa. That's a little loud there. Yeah. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Welcome, new peep. Carol freaking Claus. Yay, yay. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And again, for those of you that have been gifted memberships, welcome, welcome. Higher Grounds in the house. Good to have you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today, dear. Thank you so much for being here today. Kelly Coker, welcome back. Good to see you. Lady Speedwell's in the house. Good to see you, too. Thank you for joining us today. We miss you, too, Higher Ground. We always love when you're here. Great to have you here. I miss all you guys when you're not here. I start to wonder, where are they? This old house with Bob Vila and Nom. Hey, Nom. Come on in, guys. All right, we got 233 amazing people in here. Sorry about yesterday's stream, guys. I got to tell you right off the bat. First, my internet dropped, and then we just had some trolls in here doing their thing. It happens. It's part of the business. Nothing you can do about it. Just ignore it. That's all we got to do, because you guys are those people that can do that, because you're all so very awesome. What it do, KT? How you doing today? Good to see you. Good to see you. What it do? It always crack me up when people say it. What it do? What it is? What it do? What it was? Well, I have to, Devil, because you guys, I've told you multiple times, you guys deserve nothing but the best. I try to give you nothing but the best, but I am human. I have my days, and it happens. Nat Cat, good to see you. Tech Death Hippie, what's up, brother? Good to see ya. I hope you're a brother. I think you are. What CJ told me. But I will apologize to you guys regardless, just to ensure that you guys know that I want nothing but the best for you, because that is what you deserve. And I will continuously try to give you nothing but the best, regardless of what goes on. When people troll, that's right, Devil. When people troll, they troll. It is what it is. But I still feel guilty, because this is my job to keep things right in here for you guys. And sometimes when things slip up, things happen. It happens. I get it. You know what I mean? I do get it. Good golly, I did forget. Today is Miss Molly's birthday. If she does make it on in here, she's having a day today. She may not be here, but we do love her so very much. And it is my way of saying happy birthday to you, Miss Molly. We love you. Hope you're having a great day, dear. Sometimes your day go bad. It happens. It happens. That's right. We try to keep the drama out. This channel is not for drama. That's right. That's a good point, Devil. I appreciate it. It's your house. You would put anybody out that disrespectful in your own house. My man, we love you. Thank you so very much. Judgmental gifted 5 memberships. That's so very awesome. Let's see. Mimi is now a member. Welcome, Mimi. Good to have you here. Gavin, welcome. Good to have you here in the family. Miss Lori Smith, welcome to the family. Good to see you. In the sauce with us, Sarah D. Irish. Again, welcome to the sauce. Angel, welcome to the sauce. Good to have you. We got some new meatballs. Everyone, welcome them as we do with open arms. Make them feel at home. Make them feel comfortable. Yes. All right. It is so great to have you guys here with us in the sauce. Some new meatballs, guys. We got so many new members in here over the past month. It's so very ecstatic about it too. You guys have no idea. I appreciate you guys so very much. You are welcome to the family, guys. That's all I can say. Gavin, welcome. Pickle Me Elmo. Love it. That's great. Great name. Jen H, good to have you here. Good to see you, dear. Bonnie Messick, always happy to see you. Cold in Seattle. Oh, it is not cold here. It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. That's right. Welcome. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Anybody that is interested, now that you're a member, get a hold of the lovely Miss Brandy. She will set you up in our Discord if should you choose. It's a great place to be. It is a perk for being a member. You can jump on in there, hang out in the sauce. That's the channel in there. Everybody else that's in the sauce that's a member, you will be in there with them as well, hanging out, doing the thing. Stop talking about meatballs. Sorry, Amy Terry, but we got meatballs in here. That's so awesome, JoJo. Thank you very much for that. You are a sweetheart. Come on down. David Clayton from London, England. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. Doozy, it's hot and nasty down there in Oklahoma. Hot as Hades there. I bet it is, War Eagle. going to have to go back and forth with that one. Roll Tide. Discord, we fam. That's right. We do keep it nice in there, guys. The Discord, you have your channels to talk in. I go in there quite often, hang out with you guys. We have talks, do some research, hang out, do the thing. It's nice. We do movie nights. I'm going to be doing our DJ streams in there when I do music for you guys, just to hang out and have some fun. That is what's going on. We got just about everybody that comes in here is a member now, so it's going to work out well. Plus, we're working on something, me and CJ together. His little lounge he's got rolling over there, about hanging over there from time to time and double streaming, so that we can all have fun together and mix both the families in. Always surrounded by Bama fans. It is what it is, War Eagle. I respect it both ways. Seriously, yeah, there's a lot of clever names in here. You guys are killing me with these names. I love them. So, Hot Sauna, Jennifer Q, good to see you. South Alabama, hey, that's where our family's at too, I think. Or wait, no. Yeah, Northern Alabama, I'm sorry. My wife's family lives right near Birmingham. Smaller areas. Warrior, Hayden, the places like that. You're good, typically. And who do I see in my chat today? Beyond the BS. What is up, Brat? Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining me today. Good to have you. Sweet Melissa, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. Brat's in the house. We got a Brat in the house, guys. Family in Birmingham. Birmingham, Alabama? Or are you talking about Birmingham over there? Gloria S., good to see you. That's a good point, David. That's a good point. Raina Davis, Athens, Alabama. That's awesome. Alabama is a beautiful state, by the way, guys. Yes, we got more peeps. More and more peeps. So awesome. I just noticed this morning that the subscriber numbers jumped up too. We're up near 53 or 54 already. I just hit 5,000, guys. You're killing it. Lady Red from AB. Good to have you here. Christina Dion, good to have you here. Lori Wilhelm, welcome back. Good to see you. Hey. Brat's in the house. Good to see you, sis. Thanks for joining us today. Birmingham, England. Well, there's no judging in here. This is a safe place. This is your guys' home, just as it is mine. You will not be. That's one thing I want everybody in here to know that's new. Welcome, Pete Fox. Good to see you. That you will not be attacked, judged, or harassed while in here. I do not put up with it. I do not allow it. You have the right to your thought, your opinion, your theory on anything we talk about without being judged, attacked, or harassed. And I refuse to allow it to happen. Thank you, all my amazing moderators, for being in here. It's so great to see you all every day. I am so happy to have you guys here. This is the highlight of every one of my days, guys. I promise you that. We are going to be starting up my midnight series again here relatively soon. Absolutely, Slim. That is exactly what it's all about. Tina B, good gracious, gifted 5 memberships. War Eagle, welcome to the sauce. We got a new one. Pickle Me Omo, welcome. Crime Sleuthin and Kimmy Q, under review. We got new meatballs again. You guys are killing it today. I'm telling you. Welcome to the family, guys. Good to see you, Iris Hewlett. Awesome. Yes, more meatballs in the sauce. There we go. Thank you, Miss Brandy, for putting that up. I will pin that here. Well, no, I can't pin it because I'm about to pin a link up here, because today is open stream, open panel. It's your day, guys, to let me know what you think. I'm going to have to keep, as I'm bringing people up on the panel, I'm going to have to keep you guys kind of down to a minimum so that we can allow a lot of people to roll through. Good point, Devil. Thank you for saying that. Absolutely. All options welcome. We can agree to disagree respectively, and that is what we do in here. No exceptions. Sherry K, great to see you, dear. Chloe, baby, too. Hey, I see you. Waving back to you. Good to see you. GJH, welcome back. Good to see you. Tina B, I love that you love this chat because we love you too, darling. Wow. So many new family members. This is great. It is great to see you guys here. I'm telling you, all the members, the meatballs, everybody. It's great. All right, let me do this here for a minute. I'm going to be trying something out here. If I can make it happen. There are some documents we're going to take a look at too, just to reiterate what's going on. That's going to be part of the discussion as well. There's some certain things I have to cover regardless. Good to see you, D. Smith. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us today, dear. All right, let me get this link working for you guys. Thank you so much, Mr. Stevie Irwin, my brother. It is, once again, that time. This channel is 100% crowdfunded, folks, which means that I do not do this unless you do this. Meaning anybody that would like to donate to support this channel, that's how I do this every day. The donations help me to pay the bills, to keep the internet running, to keep the StreamYards running, and anything else I need to do to make this work. That is how I do it, guys, based on the donations that I receive through the Venmo, PayPal, and the Cash App. And I do thank any one of you that decides to donate to that. I do appreciate that so very much, as well as appreciating the super stickers and the super chats that I get. I get those next month, but they are still so very appreciated, guys. Any bit of the donations that you guys put out there is beyond appreciated from the heart. You have to know that. Members need the email for the Discord link, please. Yes, the Miss Brandy is the one to go to if you want to jump into Discord with us. Good to see you, JB. D. Smith, always happy to have you here, too. I think I already said hi to you, but you get a double trouble today. Thank you, Miss Zelda. Please, guys, if you would, don't forget to leave some DNA on that like button. Share this out. Subscribe if you haven't. It is free to do that, and it helps to support the channel. We do appreciate all of you so very much. Tree Baby Tennessee. Hey, y'all. I love that you like my channel. It's great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. We are a very welcoming and loving family in here, and it is great to see new people every day. I love it. I do love it. All right, let me do this here. I'm going to stop yakking for a minute. I know you guys got to get tired of hearing my voice sometimes. All right, there that is. Now, let me go ahead over here. Pin that up. All right. There has been so much. Fupa's in the house. Good to see you, sis. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah, I agree, Angel. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Always happy to see you doing the things you do for me. I appreciate you so very much. As I do all of you guys. All of my mods are so great. You guys really are. Let's get this thing started, guys. The link is pinned. Start it up. It's not wanting to start up, huh? Here we go. All right, we're on our way now. Hell yeah. I know, I'm corny as corny gets. Like corn on the cob. That was corny too. Hey, it is what it is. All right, come on in. There she is, everybody. Hey. The birthday girl's in the house. What's up, Brian Hoffman? Good to see you, brother. Good golly. Our lovely, lovely Molly Cat's in the house. It's so great to have you here, sis. I hope that you are having the absolute best day you possibly can because you know you deserve it. You deserve that and so much more, darling. We love you so much and appreciate you every single day for everything you do and just for being you, Molly. That is the most important thing because you're such an amazing person. Like I said, you just, you know, you know how much you mean to this channel, and I hope that you do have the best day you can, darling. I really do. One second here. I'm getting this set up. Oh, wait. Make sure you guys are wishing our Molly a happy birthday. She definitely deserves it. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on a minute here. Hold on. All right, guys. That is set up, ready to go. Here we go. All right, Miss Molly. Once again, understand that we love you. Have a happy birthday, and this is for you, my dear. Hell yeah. Happy birthday, Molly, dear. Much love to you, darling. I hope you have the absolute best day you possibly can. All right, now let me see here. Let me see what we got here. Uno momento. Get it all set up for you. Air guitar, hell yeah, that's a great song too. I'm kind of a heavy metal type guy, so it's always got to be the good stuff when I hear it. Absolute. All right, Molly, darling, there you go. Happy birthday to you. And now you get to blow out your candles, my dear. There you go. That's for you, dear. Yes, it is. Blow them out. Come on now. Blow hard. You're still young. You got it. Come on. Take a deep breath. Mega wish. Mega wish. And there they go. Happy birthday, darling. I love you so very much. And thank you for everything you do for me, for this channel, for everybody in here. We absolutely love you. Well, I wasn't going to put them all out there, sweetheart. I promise you that. That ain't my place to do. Missing a few. Hey, hey. Absolutely, honey. I wish. I've heard of them. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So moving forward again, make sure if you're coming in here, you're wishing the lovely Molly a happy birthday because she definitely deserves it. There he is, my brother Mikey. You missed it, bro. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Hope you're not working too hard, and I hope you are staying hydrated down there, brother. If it's hot here, it's hotter there, I bet you. Yep. All right. On the mic. We got some new members, Mikey. Played the happy birthday song for Molly, and we let her blow out her candles. Maria, good to see you. I know Mikey told her happy birthday. There's a few of us upper echelon people in here that are a little closer. Talk every day. It's like a family, I told you. That's why it's so great to be able to join the Discord, you guys, because you can get in there. Do you need a new phone charger? No, why? The noise in the background you're hearing, I think, is probably the Discord beeping. Oh no, I can been here from the start, just not. Oh, okay, I got you, bud. Oh, I'm glad, Doozy. I'm glad that you love it. We love to have you here. Stevie Bye. Hey. Excuse me. Pixie T, good to see you. I have not. I'd love to because that's where I'm from, Miss Jennifer. I would love to go there. Sicily. Mother Earth, good song, absolutely. Yeah, I'm half that, and the other half is Slovenian, Slovak, Transylvanian, whatever you want to call it. You can call me an Italian vampire, whatever you'd like to call me. Just don't call me late for dinner. How about that one? Is it common to have Joe Satriani? Another one. Good stuff, Danger. Good stuff. Didn't realize how many of us were musicians in here on Creator Wise either. Did not realize it till the other day. Rory plays guitar. CJ plays guitar. I'm a drummer. I play a little guitar. Daniel from Drunk Turkey plays guitar. Dan from Publicly Buzzed is a guitar player. Jules is a singer. Good stuff, Bonnie. We're going to be doing it in the Discord a lot more often than just once a month because you guys did enjoy it. And I can actually show videos there as well. Brian, we'll get you worked out, buddy. I saw you got to jump onto Rory's panel yesterday, finally, Brian. Good stuff, brother. Oh, that's one of my absolute favorite songs on the planet, Devil Doll. Yes, that's one of my favorite movies, too. Sorry to say, love me some vampires. I always wanted to be one. That movie is kind of what put that in my mind. You did just fine, Brian. It was your first time actually achieving that. You did great, bro. Don't give up on it. You're just getting there. You're getting the hang of it. I was watching you. You were cracking me up, to be honest with you. Yes, The Lost Boys, the first one, and only the first one with Kiefer Sutherland was the best movie ever. I could watch that movie every single day, again and again, with no problems. Annette McBee, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Cry Little Sister, great song. One band I played in tried to play that our way and made it a little bit too heavy. Speaking of it, Anina V, thank you so very much for the super chat. When can we have true crime heavy metal band? Well, we get us all together, we can do it. Thank you so much, Anina. Like I said, speaking of the devil, here he is. There he is. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Great live stream last night, bro. I'm sorry I missed it. I was on CJ's chat channel. I did not realize you were live. My apologies, my friend. But you did great. I was on the replay crew, and it was awesome. And Brian, you did awesome, bro. Quit downing yourself. It's the first time you got to actually achieve it. You did great. Rory would have told you, dude. He would have, well, he, probably not, but he would have, I think he would have told you. Uno momento, folks. Hang out 1 second. All right, you guys, I'm so sorry. We just had kittens. Um, my cat just had kittens, and then she went to move them, and I freaked out. My wife called, and we were trying to figure out the deal, but everything's good. Molly informed me this is natural. Diana, I'm sorry if you're unhappy. I had to cover something. My apologies. Normally, I have a co-host that can cover when I'm not stating here doing this, but we're getting moving now. The link is posted. It is again the open panel, open discussion today. Again, Rory, thanks for jumping in, buddy. Good to see you. It is up to you guys today to tell me your thoughts, theories, opinions on everything about what's going on. Michelle Mack, welcome back. Good to see you. Woke up in 1984. Great to see you. Um, and I am going to, at this point, actually, Miss Dolphin, where are you, my dear? Yes. Yeah, like I said, Molly, she freaked out. I had to go through that whole explanation on it. She said, thank you, by the way, for guiding us because we've never done this before. All right, all right. Where is Miss Dolphin? Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that so very much. All right. Miss Dolphin, where are ya? Came into that one. Yeah, it was a great stream, Roy. Good stuff, brother. You're doing great with that. Very proud of you. Moving along. The kittens are doing okay, Michelle. All four of them are alive and kicking, very healthy, happy, moving around. But the mama decided she wanted to move them, so that's being happened. Altered Soul, it's done. She's actually leaving when the kittens are of age here in a few weeks. The mother's leaving, and so are the kittens, except for one if it's a female. So, Slim Skittles, thank you so very much for that. What are we talking about here, Rory? What are we talking about? Thank you, Skittles. What is that all about, my friend? Did I miss? Or no, I'm sorry. This year, did I miss out on something? Did I miss out on something? Phantasmagoria is in here. What's up, Ether? Good to see you. Vix Logic, good to have you here. I will definitely do that, Michelle, once they get big enough and I can get to them, since she's hiding them now. Um, wow, Phantasm, that's crazy. Stacy Cruz, thank you. Thanks for being here today. All right, all right. Bobby J, great to see you. So right. All right. Let's get this ball rolling, guys. Marley Kate 21, great to see you. Thanks for being here with us. Yes, we got kittens. Again, more little KKs. My wife calls them Kiki Moo Moo, whatever that means. JB Gummer, Stephen Colombo. He's another creator, sir. Can somebody inform me of what's going on with him? Kind of lost. Oh, and I had to do this as well for the super chat. I do appreciate that so very much. All right. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. It's in the Discord chat what you missed. I don't know. I haven't been in there yet. Go read Harsh's community. Okay. I guess so. I'm going to have to check it out here. Kiki. Amy, good to see you. Dinky, welcome. Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. JB's always been good to me. I don't have any issues with him. So, I don't know much about him, but he's always been, respectful of me. Tasha Lee, good to see you. I did not. Okay, guys. So like I said, the link is pinned. Is Dolphin in here? She was in here earlier. I don't know. She might be busy right now. Come on down. People's pasts. We cannot listen, guys. This is something I highly disagree with. Is people that, unless it's horrifying, okay, people make mistakes in their past when they're younger. It is what it is. So obviously, people change their lives at some point to be better people. I did. I wasn't a horrible person, but I didn't like who I was. I was always angry. I was mean to people, things like that. Not really mean to people. I just didn't have patience with people, I guess you could say. So I didn't like that about myself, and I decided I wanted to be a different person, and I'm the one that made the changes, and it's up to that. And I understand. Obviously, he may have a past. I don't know what the deal is. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So if you have your feelings, you have your feelings. I understand. I absolutely understand. People have their feelings about me, but we always have to give. Okay, well, that's not real cool either. But there's got to be two sides to every story. I don't know what the scenario is. That's not good. I'm not going to sit here and blast somebody or talk about them because I don't know the entire situation. I wasn't there to experience it, but, people do different things. Jessica Santiago, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. I mind my business, let them mind theirs. And the first runner up today is your friend and mine. Eddie's in the house. What's up, my brother? Good to see you today.
How's it going today?
It is going great. How are you?
Doing really well. Thank you for asking.
That's awesome, bud. I'm glad to hear that. What can I do for you today, my friend? What do you got to say to us? Enlighten us with your intellect that is up there and out there because it's so great.
Well, thank you for that. I kind of want to take us in a different direction today. Something that I've always been meaning to talk about, but there's always something else. So this is more thinking out loud, really, than anything else. But
sure.
In the press conference on the 20th of November, the question was asked, how does one person kill 4 people at night and not wake up the other 2 roommates? The answer you'd really have 3 possibilities. It would be that one person is like a Jedi ninja, and
Wait,
you
hold
probably all know me so well.
Oh yeah, one second, Eddie. I gotta say something real quick before you go. Okay. I want to make sure. Molly asks for no talk in chat. She's right, guys. We can talk about other creators. I do not want any kind of bashing, talking down. If you don't like them, that's fine. I get it. There's quite a few that don't get along with me either, but I will not allow any bashing of other creators in here or other people, period. You can have your opinions and stuff like that. You are welcome to that, but don't. I would respectfully ask if anybody would not bash other creators, is all I'm saying. Nothing more than that, nothing else. Other than that, you guys, that's it. Carry on.
Okay.
My apologies, buddy. Go ahead.
So the other possibility, besides one person doing this alone, would be because there's 2 different locations that this happened, there would have to be a lot of people. It's hard to put a number to it, but that's exhibiting a lot of control over that crime scene. And when you start having a great number of people that are the suspects doing this crime, that complicates things. It's hard to get away. So that's really not a good option. And the third option is that there's 2 different times of the crime.
Right.
Which I really do suspect and have for a long time. Which brings us to this. So let's say that there's a crime scene and there's 4 deceased and they passed away at 2 different times. um, the two pairs. So two of them passed away, say, for example, 1 a.m. and the other two closer to 3 a.m. So there's 2 hour time difference at this crime scene. And you're
Oh
an
yeah.
investigator and you come across this crime scene like a month or a week or even a number of days afterwards. There is no chance of you being able to discern that there was two different times of death at this crime scene. But if you had that same exact crime scene and you came upon it like a minute or an hour after it happened, you know as well as I do that you would be able to tell. There's a method that exists that
Right.
can identify the time, and it would be an estimate still. And I'll read briefly, because I've been kind of diving into this. So there's 3 different times of death: the physiological time of death, when the victim's vital functions ceased.
Right.
There's the legal time of death, the time recorded on the death certificate, in other words.
Yeah.
And lastly, the estimated time of death, the time the medical examiner estimates that the death occurred.
Yes, sir.
So if somewhere between, arriving a minute or an hour and arriving a number of days.
Eddie, hold on 1 second, buddy. I hate to do this. I have to handle something real quick. I'm sorry, bud.
Okay.
All right, listen, guys. I'm not saying you guys can't talk about this. Okay, you can talk about it. That's what this channel's about. You can talk about it and you can tell people about it. I just don't want anybody slamming people, calling them names and stuff. Is all I'm saying. That's all I mean by that. Talk about however you want to handle it, okay? Or talk about however you want, whatever you want to talk about with between each other. That's fine, guys. That's not what I'm saying. I think you misunderstood. I just don't want anybody coming in here and going off and calling people names and swearing at people about people. Talk about the situation if you want to. That's absolutely fine, okay? Don't misunderstand me. If it's a bad situation, it's a bad situation. That's all there is to it. That's all I'm saying is no bashing people and like screaming about calling them names and calling them like certain things that they're not. That's all. That's all I'm meaning by that, folks. Please carry on talking about your situation, the situation. If you want to tell other people, I get it. If you want to tell me, I appreciate it. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying do not, call people names or say things that aren't true. Not saying you guys have done it. I just want to let you guys know up front. That's all. So go ahead and keep on talking about what you're talking about. I didn't want anybody to shut up, nothing like that. I will not do that to you guys. Just do it in a respectful way. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Anyway, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry for that again.
It's all right. So somewhere in between, there has to be a magical time when you lose that opportunity. And what a great advantage you as an investigator would have if you learn that you're on this crime scene within hours of it happening, because you have the advantage that you would have over you arriving a month or a week later would be that you, although you don't suspect it initially, but your purpose of having a sense of urgency to determine the body temperatures of the deceased would be twofold. In a general sense, you would, the sooner you can determine that, the more accurate that estimation is going to be of the estimated time of death. But it could also, as a byproduct, produce and discover if there was 2 different times of death. Now, if there was 2 different times of death at that crime scene, that is a huge piece of data that would help to, that is going to be something that is priceless in your investigation to determine, what suspects, or you could eliminate suspects using that.
Right.
Because that's a very unique crime scene if there's 2 different times of death. So it kind of brings us to this. Was there something behind the 8-hour delay for the 911 call?
Yeah, I believe there is.
Is there also something, because you have this 8 hours and then you add the 4 hours.
Right.
So, so after the 8 hours and the 911 call in the initial law enforcement, I mean, if me as a layperson can know that if you can get the body temperatures right away, then you would want to do that. So this is kind of like just a rhetorical question, but maybe someone in chat would know too. But so did the initial officers, how do I ask the question? I don't think they would be able to physically do it. Although in my investigation, it's a very simple procedure. I'm sure I could do it if I had the stomach to. There's two different methods to do it, but they could at least petition someone, say a coroner.
Right.
So you have the 8 hours plus the 4 hours, and the 4 hours gets us to when the actual, it would be the team of police officers that are like the lead investigators, right?
Yeah.
Pain. So, and then you add to the 4 hours another hour and a half, because it seems like they marginalized the coroner, because I don't think she went into that crime scene until somewhere around, say, 5 or 5:30, I believe. So now we've added, that's 13 and a half hours roughly that we've added. And then the big question becomes is, in that interview, Coroner Mabutt says that she, her purpose for being there is to determine the method and mechanism of death. Well, that didn't cover determining, is she the eyes and the hands of the medical examiner? Because if I was the medical examiner, I would want, the team that responds to that crime scene to be my eyes and my hands, so that I can have determine the body temperatures of the deceased so much earlier. Because if Coroner Mabutt did not determine the body temperatures at that time, then at what time, is my rhetorical question, did the medical examiner do this? I've learned.
That's a good point and a good question. What's up, Stevie? Good to see you, buddy. That is a good point. I would imagine that she should have. Good to see you, Mother. Welcome, by the way. My mother's in here. She knows this too. She's a nurse for years upon years. And she's actually one of the ones that, taught me this, that, when the coroner approaches a scene like this, they have to do the liver test, guys, the temperature test to check.
So the coroner would.
Yeah, I would imagine she should have done that when she got there at 4 p.m. So I would imagine that's how they do this. Now, I don't know if they wait till they get them back to the facility. I don't know how that works for sure. I've never actually seen that go on. I've been told, and I have, learned certain things. But I don't know exactly how and when they do it, and the time constraint that there was with it. She got on scene around 4. Now, I'm going to imagine that, she sets up her stuff and does this and that and everything else. Okay, 5 and 5:30. I'm sorry. Thank you, CH.
5:30.
And then, 1 second. Good to see you, Stevie. Let's see. Brat says, and the bodies were taken out for a long time. So if the coroner didn't do it immediately, I question when she should have. Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's something I think I need to look into if we can find it. Because it would answer some questions, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So she got there between 5 and 5:30. They had already been deceased for more than 12 hours based on what we were told, or at least around 12 hours. All right, let's see here. 2 a.m. and another 4 at 4 a.m. 2 different sets of people at separate times. I believe BF's testimony. Oh, okay. Different. I thought you were talking about something else. So, I do want to say that I would imagine that she probably did that immediately, but we don't know because nothing else was done right. So who's to say?
That would be another, if she did not, that would be another inconsistency of the investigation.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it almost points toward, if it was not done, it almost points towards obfuscating the the fact that there was two different times of death.
Yeah.
If there was,
Right.
you know, the more time that passes. So I'm gonna read everyone this briefly. So normal body temperature is 98.6 degrees. After death, the body loses or gains heat progressively until it equilibrates with that of the surrounding medium. Since core temperature can be easily and quickly obtained, the search for a formula that uses this parameter to define the time of death has been sought for years. As early as
Yeah.
1839, English physician John Davy undertook the study of core heat loss in London. And as late as 1962, T.K. Marshall and F.E. Jorge attempted to standardize this analysis when they established a computerized mathematical formula known as the standard cooling curve. In the intervening years, and even since Marshall and Jorge, many others have attempted to devise similar schemes. Unfortunately, none of these have proven to be any more accurate than the current formula for heat loss of 1.5 degrees per hour.
Right.
And that is under ideal conditions, which this house would have fallen under the ideal conditions, you know, because it's not in a cold body of water. It is surrounded by room temperature air.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an ideal opportunity to, you know, seize that moment. And you would want to have the coroner in there doing that test, in my opinion, as soon as possible. Now, if it seems, you know, based on what she said, is like they kind of kept her away from that scene, but you should work as a team.
Yeah. Yeah.
A healthcare team, and I've done research on that. And so if they marginalized her, you know, it under the pretense of we have to preserve the integrity of this crime scene, well, I would challenge that, because once you discovered that there was a bunch of students there, and there was several that they summoned over, so I mean, that ship has already sailed. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think Coroner Mabud is going to be going through that crime scene and looking at maybe things in the crime scene, such as left behind physical evidence, maybe such as a sheath, and looking at that as a curiosity and picking it up and, you know, wondering about it. I think she would know, in order to minimally disturb the scene, be able to determine these body temperatures without, you know, working as a team, and without compromising in any way that crime scene, because there's always a balance. You would, you know, during trial, you know, hopefully you'd catch the bad guy and this would go to trial, and, you know, you have to strike a balance, because if that was not done, then at trial you're going to have to explain that too. So there's always a trade-off. So
Right.
I guess to bring me to my point is, I would think that it was done, and if not, how come it wasn't?
Yeah, that's a great. Well, again, that goes back to everything. Everything we've seen, that why wasn't this done? Why was this done this way instead of this way? Why did you do this? Why didn't you do this when you were supposed to? There are so many things. Like I said, in any case that I've seen, okay, I've never seen this many inconsistencies in one case at the same time. It's ridiculous, to the point where it almost seems done purposefully. Okay. I don't want to say that as a fact, but can you possibly make this many mistakes as a professional? It bothers me. Okay. And it makes me wonder, like I said, not to sound like conspiracy like, it almost seems like it was done on purpose. I hate to say that.
It's looking that, yes, and you hate to say it.
I do. I don't want to think that way. I don't want to believe that way. I don't want to look at it that way. But at some point, we got to take a step back and go, wow, they did this, and this. all wrong. How is it possible for somebody that is a professional in what they're doing to make this many mistakes? That is things that has been bothered me from the beginning. And you shouldn't think that that's possible. But what else can we think at this point?
I was watching a little last night along with you on CJ's show,
Yeah.
and the one thing, one of the takeaways of Joe Vida being at that grub truck and speaking with the hoodie guy is the fact that they didn't even reach out to him in order to interview him and see what he knew. But and kudos to him, he reached out to them, and if I recall, even then they were kind of unwilling, so to speak, to interview with him. So he had to like take a day off of work and then throw himself at that doorstep of the police station to demand to be interviewed. And when they did, they wanted to speak of things like the timeline. So all of that is kind of odd, because
I agree.
I would think that they would have been the ones to reach out to him.
Right. I agree with that too. Absolutely agree with that. But it's not, I don't know. Diego and Eddie, I'm with you. The description of the murder weapons was described differently on each floor. Rakes would think. Well, and I've said that. You guys know I feel that there's multiple weapons and multiple people. In the PCA, it describes multiple different types of wounds as well. So, that is something that I definitely feel the same on, Louise Arthur.
And if it does, multiple weapons at two different times, then, and I've talked about this before, but that will automatically rule out Brian Koberger.
Right.
It does not fit in the timeline that they have outlined in the PCA.
Right.
But yeah, I just wanted to point out that other inconsistency with the investigation of not wanting to interview with Joe.
Yeah.
That it almost, to me, it suggests that they already know what happened and who's involved.
Right.
And you hate to say stuff like that too.
No, I agree with you. I do. But like I said, you got to call a spade sometimes when you see things going on. What else are you going to say? Oh, you made a mistake again and again and again and again. It just doesn't fit to me. I'm sorry. These are the things that have caused this community to be in somewhat of an uproar over this case, and everybody's saying, oh, you guys are all crazy. No, that's not true. It's not a conspiracy. It's this, it's not that. When we're given the pieces of info that we're given daily, sometimes we don't have a choice, you guys, but to look at it for what it is. It's right there in your face. So I can agree on that for sure. Joe V and Enan Harsh interviews are making more sense. Both of those interviews, in my opinion, are kind of a joke. They've inserted themselves in my mind, in my opinion, in a place that they probably shouldn't have been that way. You know what I'm saying? I think that they both went overboard with what they were doing. The Vidot interviews, I think, are a little bit much, in my opinion. Just saying.
Yeah, no, you and I weren't seeing eye to eye on that, and I wasn't going to call you out for it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And that's what this is about.
There's always two sides to a story. If you and I witnessed the same thing, and then we were brought separately and interviewed separately, you would have a different description of what you experience as what myself or someone else. So
right.
There's that.
I mean, I just feel like especially with Joe Vidot, I feel like he over inserted himself into the situation. Granted, yes, he may have wanted to help in some way, but I think he took advantage of that situation pushed himself into a situation way deeper than he had to be, and then started talking about it repetitiously for no reason. You did what you did, and let it be. Move along. And he's making it seem like he doesn't want to be bothered with it. I do have to ask you to excuse me for 1 second. I gotta grab something. I'll be right back in 3 seconds.
All I would have to say to that, while Dago is excusing himself for a minute, all I would have to say is, I don't know if Joe V inserted himself into the case by just by the fact that he's on the grub truck. I mean, he was an unwilling participant of being thrown into the center of this, because you got to remember the timeline. At that time, that's all we had, and we were so intrigued by it. And of course, the hoodie guy was the suspect, so everybody wants to know what Joe knows. And then when Joe had this interview, that to us, that was that gave us so much insight, information. We weren't expecting that, and we were kind of grateful when we had it, but we weren't looking at Joe at that period of the timeline with critical eyes as we are right now. So it's kind of unfair to, in July, look back and be critical of him inserting himself, because it wasn't that way back in November when we first saw that interview with Joe. But Dago, are you back yet?
I am right here, my friend. I just sat down. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump up on panel last night, and because I kind of have a counterpoint to every point, but I don't want to, we can always agree to disagree, but
absolutely.
I don't want to, compromise our friendship or do anything to.
Listen, that would never happen. Based on the fact that we disagree about something, Eddie, I have respect for you and anybody else, and for that matter, that you don't have to agree with me in anything. You can disagree with everything I say. I'm still going to respect you for who you are, period. That's just who I am. So,
and I know that too.
I know how to separate those things, right?
To you, so I wouldn't think that you would be that type, but I just wanted to put it out there. I didn't want to come across as argumentative, but
I
kind of was standing on an island last night.
I get it.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to back down. I'm pretty.
Right. And that's not, I don't expect you to. I want you to stand your ground. If you have a belief in something, I want all you guys to be that way, to stand your ground on your beliefs, your thoughts, and your opinions on things, because that is who we are as a people. And we have to do that. We cannot falter and allow people to overcome our thoughts and our minds on something that we have a true belief in, period. If it doesn't, even if it doesn't make any sense, if it's something that's so outrageously crazy, it's still what your mind feels is real, and what you think is a real, a scenario. And that's important to me. I don't have to agree with it. If you came to me today and said, all right, Dago, I've said this before, I saw 3 aliens that night, little green dudes come in there. They all had knives in their hands. They went into that house and they handled the situation. They came back out, they got into their spaceship, and they left. I'm going to listen to every word you said to me. I may not agree with you, but I'm not going to judge you based on that, because it is an outlandish scenario. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to talk down to you or about you because of that, because it's your belief and you have that right, period. And I support that. And that's just, as far as I'm concerned, that's how that works.
The only thing I would add is, Joe is, I don't know what his age is, whether it's in the 30s or 40s. It doesn't really matter.
He's 36.
What is it?
He's 36.
36. That's a public space, and there is much in his space as he's in theirs. And who's to say they can't coexist, because it is a college town, but the college students don't run the town. They need people to operate the businesses, and there's other people that live there and have their whole entire life, and he may be one of them. And it's not his fault that time has been passing away and his age has been increasing. So he's now 36 amongst at that place that night amongst college students, and it doesn't mean that he's like trying to pick up on girls.
You know what, bud?
Who
I agree.
knows if
I
they're trying to, flirt with him?
I'm glad you're doing this. I'm glad you're saying this right now, and you're calling me out on what I said yesterday because I was so irritated with him that I did say some things like that. That maybe he's out here trying to pick up girls or he's doing this or that because I was irritated with the fact that he lied. Okay, I don't know. Let me fix that. He didn't lie. He played both sides of something and he shouldn't have done it. That's what really made me angry about him. And I just don't like people like that in a case like this when you're talking about it. But I got to thank you because you called me out and I respect that, Eddie. I respect you, period.
I do know. Yeah, I do. And I appreciate that. And thank you.
And
for that.
I respect you doing that because we need that done to us. Each one of us as a people on a regular basis, because if, I shouldn't have let my anger get the best of my situation because when it comes to this case, I get very personal and I get very passionate and you do know that as well. So when he did that, when I watched those 2 videos and I saw him go back on what he said, and I'm like, you know what? Come on, dude, that's bullshit. Sorry. And that's when I got angry. So then I started throwing out little digs on him here and there because I just didn't like him at that point. Or maybe it's not that I didn't like him. It's I didn't like what he did. So therefore I'm digging on it and I shouldn't do that. So therefore I thank you, sir, for calling me out on that. And for, I respect you at that point now even more because of that. And I appreciate that. I need to be knocked back down sometimes to where I'm supposed to be. Period. But he did lie. He did lie. And he did kind of flip flop his what he hit. The thing that made me mad the most is in one video, I'm sure you saw it. He said, he didn't suspect Showalter of anything. And in another video, he absolutely said, well, yeah, he's the guy in my mind. I thought he was at that point. That bothered me. You know what I mean? So that's what triggered that from me. And I shouldn't do that kind of stuff. I should know better.
Well, you're forgiven. No worries there.
I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it.
Not with me anyway, but
absolutely.
We just have to be careful. In our search for this boogeyman, we got to make sure that we don't create boogeyman where none have existed to begin with.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I think he did the right thing. Imagine if he didn't come forward and try to have the police interview him. He certainly is not the bad guy here. He's not the person we're looking for.
That's fact.
We need to be on, we need to support him and be on his team.
And that's another thing too, that we're getting our emotions overly involved in this and seeing, which is part of what I was doing yesterday, seeing, certain things that are bugging us. And I think I how can I put this? I allowed it to overtake me in a sense that I typically wouldn't because I am so emotionally invested in this. Every little thing that has been going on over this past week is kind of mentally stressed me a little bit, emotionally stressed me. It's why yesterday I said, I'm done with the audio from this video, trying to break this down, do that. And it's just taking time away from things that we can't. And I think that's where why I was so stressed at that point. I just, thank you. Yeah, right, Chains. And thank you, Virginia Wolf, very much so. Dago, with all due respect, though, Joe followed it up and said, none of us know who it is or what happened. And we should try to calm all of the... No, and you're right, JB. That's what I'm saying. He did do that. But at that point, my mind had him as being I was nitpicking everything he was doing. So when he said that, I was like, yeah, I'm sure that's really what you want when you're doing this. And I shouldn't have done that, guys. I shouldn't have done that. That's not the person I am.
It's not.
And I knew when I was doing it, I was irritated at that situation for him saying what he said. And I was also upset with him for I was actually that's what really triggered that, I think, is the way he was talking about Maddie and her being drunk and things like that. For some reason, I took that personal. I don't know why. I feel like I have to defend these kids against everybody for some reason, and I don't. It's not my place to do it. Okay, but I've told you guys before, I think a lot of us feel like these are our kids in some sense because we've been so close to this. So that is what started it. And then the lie that he kind of told, or not really a lie, I don't want to say, it's kind of like flipped it with Jack Showalter. It was just those compounding things. And I was just like, oh, I want to go with this guy, and I shouldn't be like that. I'm better than that. I'm a better person than that. And I know I am. So that's why I said, thank you for calling me out, because I needed that. I did. I need to be knocked back down to my level and realize that, not everybody is going. He did do some things the right way. I will say that much, and I got to give him credit, like you said, for that, and need to support him in that sense as well. I'm really defensive for some reason on a lot of people with the things that are going on in this case at this point. Maybe because we've been in it so long, maybe because I am so invested in it. My heart is wholly in this, period. So, and again, thank you for that, JB. I appreciate it. So yeah, absolutely, Eddie. And and you could have jumped up there and told me about it last night. I wouldn't have had a problem with that. It probably would have been good then, So either way.
Well, the fact that you just said what you just said speaks volumes about your own values and your character. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
What I've been seeing, and I've talked about this before, but there's really two sides, and it seems like when people have made a decision and they've committed to that decision, then they need to be right at any cost. And it becomes more and more critical as time goes by, because if they are proven wrong, then it comes at a greater cost to them. They'll look more ridiculous. So it almost becomes like digging the hole deeper type of situation. And that's what I've been seeing. And the further this goes and continues in time, in this case, it's like, the people that are not going to come down from the fact that he's guilty is kind of, to me, the reason why the media is on this propaganda push against Brian Kohlberger. Because if he gets exonerated, which I think he will, or the case dismissed, even,
there's a very high probability of it at this point.
He's still going to be guilty. In people's minds, and then this will continue on into the future. After that happens, there will still be the debate, and we'll still be at each other's throats, trying to convince the other that cannot be convinced that he's innocent.
That's right.
That saddens me, because the truth will never come out. And I hate to say this, but I don't think that this will ever be solved. It'll be solved when it's solved in people's minds that Brian Kohlberger is always the bad guy.
That's right. There's always going to be that. If he was completely exonerated tomorrow, completely found innocent with groundbreaking concrete proof, there are still going to be people that are going to say, nope, he did it. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you say. Brian Kohlberger did that to those kids. And that's a fact. And that is because, guys, the propaganda game that has been going on from day one, from the moment, and I've told you guys this, and you guys know this, the moment that man was arrested, that we got news on that, and me included, everybody jumped right on board the train and said, here we go. We got him. It's done. They got the guy. And I was right there with everybody doing it. Okay. But that's what we're supposed to do, guys. That's what mainstream media does. That's the way they want the narrative to run on these things, so that we follow along with it. Okay. And I had to take a step back and look at a couple things and go, wait a minute. How did this, and this come out when this happened this way? And that's what critical thinking is all about. That's why we do this. That's why Eddie spends the time that he spends looking into this stuff and going, wait a minute, this is supposed to be this way, but it actually was this way. And then he talks about it to me. And at the same time, I'm doing the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, but did you see this? Yeah, that's not right, is it? No, it's not. Why do you think that happened? And that's where we're at right now with this. And that's how it happens. And that's what it's all about, because no matter what happens, from the moment that man was arrested, everybody had him guilty, because they said he's the one. The press conference, when Chief Fry stands up there and says, we got our guy. Somebody asked him, is there anybody else involved? We do not believe so. That's all it took right there, because we're trained that way. We're trained to be that those people. That's how society runs. And that is how society lives, because we have to be. That's how they want us to be, guys. It's what we're comfortable with, because we feel that we're trusting in our law enforcement to do a job that they're paid for every day to protect us and to make us feel that comfort. It's not always going to be that way, though. That's the sad part, and we have to come to a realization as a whole, as a group of people, and say they can make mistakes. They can be wrong. They are making mistakes, and they are wrong about a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? So, absolutely, I do agree with you. I feel that this kid is either going to go one of two ways. If he is exonerated, we'll say, okay? One, he's going to be the most popular person on the planet for a long time. Or two, he's going to be miserable and have to hide and live his life in misery, because everybody's going to continue to think that he's guilty. And that's how I see it happening.
So there's been a little bit of talk about Dylan and Bethany texting each other at that time of the crime.
We watched that yesterday. Yeah.
That suggests that they're not at the same location, meaning that they're not both in the house. Maybe one is, but not both. Because if that is happening, you would be just face to face together. Maybe they were overpowered and threatened, and put into the same location. For whatever reason, they were spared. I don't know. Maybe they made a deal, or they were the ones that facilitated the entry. I don't know. I don't want to blame.
I know it's hard
texting. One of them is not there in my mind.
And I can understand that. And that's been talked about more than once, Eddie. You have, every right to have that in your mind, because if you're in the same house, we were told a couple of different stories, to be honest with you. One, that they were in two different rooms on two different floors. Then we're told that they're in the same room together. Okay. Which one is it? And if they're in the same room together, why are they texting each other? That makes no sense at all. So that's got to be thrown out the window. And if they're not in the same room, but on two different floors in two different rooms, okay, I can understand that they're texting. Why are they not interacting at that point then? Because they're both there. So, yes, I can see where you're saying that it very likely could be that one of them was not there. And that's something that's been talked about multiple times already in this case. So, how do you, which way do you go with it? You don't really know. You know what I mean? That makes perfect sense, my friend. Makes perfect sense. And you have every right to feel that way.
Well, I think this has been a healing moment. I know for myself, for sure. And I think for you too. So thanks for
absolutely
talking through that.
I always appreciate you, bud. You know that. I love listening to what the things you have to say. I know that you put a lot of work into this mentally. I know you do. Which is why I respect you like I do. We all love to hear what you have to say. Your insight is so very informative and usually pretty on point, buddy. So please don't back away from what you're doing, because you're really doing a great job with that.
Well, thanks again. This is a really good community, and you have a really good following. I can say that.
Oh, I love them. I love this. You're included in that as far as I'm concerned. You are part of this family, part of this community, and you have helped to form and build it too. So it's all of you. You guys are amazing. And that's why I like that we can do these things right here, right now, without you jumping up here, saying something to me, going, no, and then you coming back. It's not supposed to be that way. We're adults. We are friends. We are family. We're in this for the same reason. The same goal at the end is to get real justice and closure for these kids, their families, and just the law in general. Truth and justice, guys. It's what it's all about.
I've said this many times, but you can tell that the subscribers and members are really going to be following in a high percentage of the model, or the way that the content creator, the lead or the example that the content
Yes.
creator has. So I know there's been discussion this morning about Harsh Reality says, have you seen this video? And I won't mention names of other content creators, but I have long ago, one time or two, been on that channel, but I learned everything I need to learn about that channel in just that one or two times, and I've never been back since.
Yeah.
And I didn't bother wasting my time checking it out this morning after Harsh spoke about it. But when you have to go to these fantastic places to make this crime fit onto Brian Kohlberger, you know you're dealing with someone who's very unreasonable. And I just can't function with people like that because you're just going to be like shouting into the wind, arguing with the brick wall. There's no point to it. They're not going to ever come away, no matter what. If he is found innocent, or especially if this case gets dismissed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That is going to be, and I think the last time I called in, or was on your panel rather, no, I might have called in. I think I covered this too.
I think you did call in because your battery, I remember.
Yeah. I don't know why it's doing so well today, but
it's great. Don't jinx it.
No, we just jinxed it. But I mentioned during that time is the irony here is that he will want this to have ended up going to trial to prove his innocence, which he can. But if it gets dismissed, he'll be denied that opportunity.
Right. You are
think
absolutely
of that.
Right.
How strange is that?
Yeah, that's odd. Welcome, Rabbit Hole. It's good to see you, and Kathy and Axel. Love the name. Good to have you here.
And again,
the
result of that is the media.
Yes.
Or the cause of that is the media.
That's a fact. It is. It is absolutely. Can you imagine? First off, Kathy and Axel as well. I thought true crime was about being fair and just. It's supposed to be. It is absolutely supposed to be. And that there's an even keel that needs to be kept at that level at some point. Very hard to do that in some senses. Thank you for that comment, Kathy and Axel. I appreciate it, and welcome. It's great to have you here. But can you guys imagine how this case would have been if media was not around? Thinking about that scenario, if there was no media involved in this, no mainstream media, how this case would be right now. How do you think it would be sitting at this point, Eddie? That's my question.
If there was no media right now, the fact that they're trying to crucify him, so to speak, as hard as they are, that to me, I take that in as well. That to me is very telling. So that there's a lot of purpose behind that. That is driven by some mechanism.
Yeah,
I feel, and it's money based. So,
oh yeah, definitely.
This for whatever reason, this crime cannot be solved. It is designed that way. I don't know who in a very high place has got some dirt on them that they can't have get out, but I'm thinking it's looking like that. The grub truck video is intriguing and all, but if this was done by students, which I don't think it was, but if it was, you would have to know that no students are going to outwit a detective. That's just not going to happen.
No.
So if students did it, and this case is where it's at right now, that means that law enforcement is part of the cover-up. They would know that the students had a hand in it. And therefore they would be complicit as well.
Yes, sir. I can agree with that. I definitely
Law
can.
enforcement would be complicit. They're trying to hide this. So
I can definitely agree with that. I feel that, well, it was even said in the PCA, and Taylor even stated that the state, it seems in her mind that the state is trying to hide their entire case. Word for word, that's what she said. And from what we've seen, what else is there for us to think? You know, I'm not saying it's true. All I'm saying is it sure looks like that in some senses, you know. That's a good point, Vix. Nobody is 100% correct. We are human. To err is human. It is a fact. We can only do so much. We can only think and see so much. And we can make our own probable decisions. That doesn't always mean they're right. I do feel that at some point, your lady here, my friend, your lady here is absolutely correct. The truth will come out.
Oh,
and I agree.
My girlfriend.
That's right. I agree, Chains. It will at some point, somehow, some form. The truth to this case will surface somehow. I can't say when, how, or what will provoke that to happen.
I hope so.
It will happen some way, guys. Some way or another. It may already be out. And we're not seeing it for what it is, and we're not accepting it. Okay, that's something else. We have to look at it that way on a psychological aspect. So yeah, that is very possible. And thank you, Chains, for that, dear, because it is a fact, hon.
Well, as long as is anyone else trying to come up on panel? I don't want to monopolize.
Oh, you're fine. I haven't had anybody pop up yet, so you're absolutely fine, buddy. Anybody, please feel welcome to jump up here. That's what it's about, guys. I want you guys up here to voice your voices. You know, we're the voice. We're supposed to be the voices for the voiceless, and I got to hear your voices to do that, guys. I need your opinions, your theories, your thoughts. Even if you think that I'm completely wrong in my thoughts, I still want to hear you. I will respect that. Call me out if you think I've done something or I'm wrong about this. Please do. The link is in the pin to the chat, P-Fox. If you look to the chat at the very top, it's right there. You click on that, hun. And that's why I said again, thank you, Eddie, for coming. Don't be afraid to call me out on something. I'm not going to be angry with you. You know, and Eddie did the right thing. Something that he thought was wrong, and he was right about it. I thought that I was wrong after I did it. I knew I was angry. So welcome, Kim. Good to see you, dear. Tanya Bond, welcome. Miss P. Fox is joining us on the panel today, guys. Thank you for joining us, darling. How are you?
What's up? Hey, I'm going to try to make this short and sweet because I got to get to sleep. But did you happen to listen to Sleuthy's 5-hour thing on Twitter?
I did not. I'm sorry.
Okay, so hear me out. She had somebody else that she was talking to. Seemed like she knew what she was talking about. Okay, go back to there's heavy FBI presence in that area, correct?
Yeah.
From what we've heard. Okay, would a Podunk Police Department know that if the FBI was in their town working on some kind of case?
Well, they're supposed to. They should, but maybe not.
Okay, because this lady was saying, she said, go back to the PCA where it said that Brian's phone did not ping on the AT&T tower, which made the cop, based on his experience, that criminals turn their phone off, right?
Yeah, right.
She was saying she bets his phone pinged on a Stingray in the area.
Okay.
So therefore it would look like it was in airplane mode. So if you remember, the state hasn't gave over his phone data yet.
Right.
And they're going to have a hard time getting that because that's going to interrupt an entire FBI investigation, giving that over.
That's what I was wondering. I had mentioned this before. We had heard that there were 50 to 60 FBI agents in Moscow when this went down. Okay, already there, whatever investigation they got going on. And I said, I wonder if things are going the way they're going because the FBI is trying to keep whatever investigation they had running quiet.
Mm-hmm.
It's just threw a big monkey wrench in the middle of it. And that's why things are going the way they are. And that does make perfect sense to me, guys. It really does.
Because that comes down to public safety and their investigation.
Yes.
That'll all have to come out. That they have one of those in the, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that'd have to come out in a court paper.
That's the thing is if the FBI, there's a lot of money that goes into some of these investigations. If you have that many agents on the ground, something big is going on. Okay.
Yep.
And it's definitely not right, Elizabeth. That cannot be a coincidence, in my opinion. Something big is going on that they're looking at. what it is, we don't know yet. I mean, we can all have our ideas and our thoughts about it, but I can feel, and I said this to my moderators and I have had conversations in private. Like, I wonder if the reason why these things are happening is because it would bust or screw up the integrity of the FBI investigation, and they can't risk losing what they have. You see what I'm saying? So,
right, which is unfortunate for
it is.
these kids,
It very much is. But I have seen and heard other things, and I can imagine that the FBI, if this is a big enough case of enough importance, that how can I put this without sounding cold? Because I don't mean it the way I'm going to say it, but it is very possible that they look at it this way, that the FBI is looking at it this way, to sacrificing this situation for the integrity of that case. I can see that happening. Sadly, it is sad.
Here's my question: is out of all the phones in that area, Brian's is the one that went off the grid, if so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Did it makes you wonder, did it go off the grid on purpose?
Very convenient. Yes, I can agree with that.
You know what I mean? And are they like, so they throw Moscow PD a bone and they're like, here, but you got to figure out your own investigation around it.
Yeah.
And they haven't. So now they're like showing how freaking crooked these people are.
Yep. It's coming
I don't know. It's so crazy. My brain's all over the place and I hate it.
And I feel like Moscow has been living their lives and running their town
in their own bubble,
a certain way for so many years. They're used to it, as we watched with the body cam videos of the noise complaints, this and that. We were all kind of appalled at how some of these officers were acting with these kids, but and they're training people to be this way because this is how they've done it. It's been untouched for years. It's worked for them. It is what it is. And at this point, somebody throw a monkey wrench into their situation, they don't know how to react to it. They don't know how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So I can absolutely agree with that one. You are 100% correct, my dear. And there's a lot of people that agree with you.
That's the only thing. I just think all those people, and out of all the phones they're looking at, his is the one that's quote unquote turned off. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, very, very coincidental, isn't it? And I definitely don't believe in coincidences in true crime. And there's been a whole hell of a lot of coincidences in this case. I'm just saying.
I've picked up on another coincidence. I don't know if I should say it on panel or not, but I don't have any shame in my game if you don't have any shame in your game.
I don't. I have no worries, dear.
Okay, so this audio that's came out,
yes.
You go all the way back to the ring, you listen to it and you're underwater. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've noticed there's been a lady that's hopped on your panel, Siege's panel. She was on Rory's panel last night. Latin lady. Her background noise is underwater.
Okay.
She just came around about the same time as these audios have dropped. Then you got a text saying people are getting too close. You're getting threatened about doxing certain individuals. It's all really weird. Your voicemail. It's just weird. Now that's me being
I get it.
For Cocoa Puffs. But last night I was listening to Rory's live and I'm like, man, I know this sound. That's the damn audio. And then people are like, what's that background noise? She's like, oh, I gotta go, and like hopped off panel.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that, but
it was at the very, very end.
It can make I didn't get to see the end of it, unfortunately, because I had to.
Yeah, but you can just hear like she's in a fish tank. I'm like, man, I've heard those in the same sequences a lot.
Absolutely.
Like she's sitting next to a fish tank or something. A really big one.
Right.
But I just thought that was so weird. But that's just me being super like conspiracy theory. But I'm like, you're in charge of the audios. That's how I'm feeling about it. Because you popped up out of nowhere, lady. Okay. Like, so I don't know, something to look at. But and then all the crazy stuff, your voicemail, your text message, the chat yesterday, stuff's just been weird.
Yeah, no, I get it. Believe me, I'm paying attention at the same time. And there's nothing wrong with the way you feel about that. I've said that before. You have that right to feel.
I just thought it was weird.
It is. It's very off. Definitely very off, and it does make sense. It really does. Joe, it says, Dago, you are witnessing the end of our republic. Stand up for these kids or wait until your own are targeted and perhaps die. That's a bit dramatic, Joe, but I do appreciate what you're saying. I'm trying to stand up for these kids. I really am. Uh, in any fashion I can. I only have so much rope to go with. There are limitations, and I have to stand by that. I can't go any further than I do in some senses. And I'm doing other things behind the scenes, you know what I mean, that I don't put out here. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the best I can at that point. And if it's not enough, I'm sorry. I can't. I definitely would not want to think of my children going through a situation like this ever. That's why I have the passion I have.
Terrible.
That is exactly why I have the passion I have for this. I do. But if it was standing up for these kids, and if you're saying that means saying that Brian Koberger did this without any kind of concrete proof, I'm not going to do that because I do believe in the Constitution. I do believe in fair trials for people. If he did do this, damn him to hell. As I've said, I'll stand in line with the torch and the pitchfork, ready to hang him for it. But I need to know it was him first. I need you to prove to me it was him first, is all I'm saying. Whoever did this does not deserve to breathe air, in my opinion. Okay?
No.
They don't. So, but I respect what you're saying, Joe. I absolutely do. And P Fox or Fox, P, whatever, P Fox. I appreciate what you're saying and respect that as well.
But yeah, my main thing was just that stingray thing. I was like, that would make a lot of sense.
It definitely can. Definitely can.
You know?
Yes. 1,000. Yes, ma'am.
But all right. Hello, Dolphin.
Are you here, Dolphin, hun? She's probably listening. I never talk.
All right. Well, I'm going to hop down because it's time for me to go to bed. All righty. Thank you.
Good night. Get some rest.
Yes, sir. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
No, I muted my mic. Yeah, sorry. It was muted in StreamYard. I was like, oh, what happened?
What's up, Derek? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm tired.
Doing great, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, hon.
Go ahead. But give me a recap. What did I miss? What are you guys talking about? Somebody did something.
I did. Basically, yesterday when we were watching, 1 second, Derek, we were watching the Joe Vito videos. I got irritated with him because of the lie. And I got irritated because of the way he was talking about Maddie. And I allowed that irritation to cause an anger. In turn, I was making assumptions on him that may not be true. They may be true. They may not be true. And I was just kind of poking too much fun in some sense and kind of not giving him the benefit of the doubt, which I should. I just automatically, because of those two things, I automatically started judging him on other things. And that is wrong. And that's what I was saying to Eddie. And he didn't really say that. Eddie didn't come out and say, well, this, and this. He made me realize, and I knew it when I did it after the fact. I kind of felt a little guilty because I was being a bit of an ass about Joe. He very well could have been trying to do something right in his own way. But I was so irritated with the way he was disrespecting Maddie and the fact that he lied basically about Jack Showalter that I was just kind of like, I was blinded by that. You know what I mean? And that's really all we were talking about. Eddie kind of put his thought out there as in, you got to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt in some senses, so on and so forth. So that was my fault in my opinion. So,
okay.
Sanoma says, Dago, I apologize. I thought you were speaking of something in someone else. No need to apologize. That's perfectly fine. Unless you said something else, and that's okay too. But yeah, thank you for joining me up here, Dolphin. I appreciate you so much. I'm sorry if you're...
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's see. Kim says, Joe, I don't think that's kind of fair. Dago has been nothing but empathetic, fair, consumed, and kind. He reaches out when he doesn't have to, putting the wrong people to death for this unsafer. I thank you, Kim. I appreciate that very much so. And Derek, what's up, brother? What can we do for you today?
Nothing much. I just thought I'd come on panel and join the conversation and see what I missed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Up and you guys have only heard my voice when I called in that day, so now you guys can see somewhat of an avatar and hear my voice. So,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. That's what it's all about. You have any opinions or theories you'd like to share with us?
what are we still talking about the Idaho thing?
Yeah, 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 yeah. This is what today it's an open panel discussion to give everybody the chance to voice their opinions and thoughts on the things that have been going on most recently with it or things that are old or anything about that. So yeah, absolutely.
I honestly haven't kept up on it, to be honest with you. I mean, just what I've seen and heard in the news, and
Yeah.
let's face it, the news isn't entirely accurate.
It's absolutely the opposite in my opinion. So yeah, I agree with that.
I mean,
Um,
the news likes to over embellish and over exaggerate a lot of things. So,
absolutely. That's what it's all about for them to get those ratings. It is what it is. I agree with you on that one, buddy. I do agree with you on that one.
I mean, I'm just just trying to playing catch up here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
Derek,
I,
I haven't met you before. My name is Eddie.
Hey,
Good to
Eddie.
meet you.
You too, brother. Eddie Spaghetti. I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
I'm sure he's heard that 1,001 times.
Derek, have you if they have, some people are talking about they have more evidence against Brian Koberger. Have you been following the case close enough to have any opinions or thoughts on that? If they have more evidence, what would it be? Have you
I
considered?
I honestly couldn't comment because
Okay.
I mean, but I give me a few days. Give me a few days to catch up, and I will get back to you guys if that's okay.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to get a feel because, like I said, I haven't met you before. I haven't seen you in the chat, so I'm just trying to get a feel for your level of
Well, I'm more of a
following.
I'm more of a paranormal history guy and unsolved murders and mysteries guy. That's what I do.
I see.
There you go.
Like
Everybody their
like
place.
like the Axemen of New Orleans and Jack the Ripper and all that other stuff. So I mean, I got my theories on a lot of that stuff, but we're talking about a current case. So
Yeah, definitely. Everybody has their place in this type of in this the true crime community. Everybody does different variations of things with what they do with it. So absolutely.
I mean, if it's a mystery and it needs to be solved, I'm there.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
When you guys were talking about Moscow, I'm going, okay, well, what? They got an Idaho and Moscow? Are we talking about the Idaho case or are we talking about Russia?
No. Moscow, Idaho, right.
Okay.
Absolutely. Evie says, Dago, I'd hate to know this happened to one of my children, but I still would have to know it was him. I just couldn't put the wrong. Absolutely. That's it. Thank you, Evie. That is absolutely what I'm saying. Even if one of my children, God forbid, was involved in this situation, I would not be able to be comfortable and sleep at night and say, just knowing that, okay, they got somebody in custody. Great. It's over now. If it's the wrong person, it's the wrong person. It's not right to just accept that. I would never be comfortable with that scenario. That acceptance would not be there if that's the end result. If that person is not guilty all the way, if he's not the one that did it, you know what I'm saying? That's not
I
going to
agree. I
that's not
agree.
going to make me feel any better as a person. For anybody that's losing a child, it's horrible any way you look at it. But I'm sure that anyone that has gone through this does not want an innocent person to be put to death because of the fact that they lost a child just to get them some closure. That's ridiculous, and I would never accept that. So great point,
I,
Evie. Thank you for that.
do you know how many people are sitting on death row? I'm sure that are innocent. I mean, legitimately innocent.
There are a whole lot, and I mean a whole lot. The statistics are ridiculous. I've looked them up before. I can't give you the exact numbers right now. It's bad. It's that, and it's based on fact theory. Okay, that people believe. There's people that have appealed cases out all over the place, and this case in particular is a death penalty case. That's why it's not just a nonchalant, oh, whatever. There he is. It's so what? Let it go. We don't need any facts on it. We don't need any proof on it. No, this is a final, a finality, folks. It's death. Death is done. You're done. That's it. There's no coming back from it. It's not 10 years in prison. It's not 50 years in prison that you could possibly come back from. You are done.
Definitely no do-overs.
That's it. That's
once you sit in that chair and or whatever, it's over. And by the time, and I've heard a lot of horror stories about the governors.
Yes.
With the detectives years later, going to the governors and saying, "Listen, we just found new evidence that made that did not place that person at the crime, and he's innocent." And
Right.
it's crazy because, like you guys said, there's no do-overs. Once you're dead, you're dead.
Right. You can't come back from that. You can't go, oh, we made a mistake. Guess what? It's too late. That's why this is so pertinent. It's so important that the real facts get put out there, that the real person, if he did it, like I said, if he absolutely did it and they show the proof, undisputed, that this man went into that house and killed 4 children, or 4 kids, I'm sorry, then do it. Do what you got to do to prosecute and punish him for what he's done. But make sure, without a doubt, it's him. That's all I'm saying.
And don't forget not to downplay our law enforcement community, because a lot of them their hearts are in the right place. But we are dealing with a lot of young police officers that just are new on the job, that just want an open and shut case and off to the next case. Am I right or am I wrong?
I agree. I do agree.
Not wrong about that.
Nope, that is a fact, my friend. I do agree.
The days of the 25-year, 30-plus year officer, veteran, detective, those days are done. The days of community policing and community active, that's all done. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah, things are definitely not like they were. People aren't like they were. There's a lot, like, kids are not like they used to be. There's things out there now, guys, that I see speaking with. That's why I have the suspicions I have with certain things. That's why I don't trust the scenario going on with Dylan Mortensen. Because these kids are not who they used to be back 20, 30 years ago.
And see, Danger Zone said it best. Beat cops served a purpose. Now they're gone. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can agree with that for sure. Most definitely.
I mean, we need old school veterans, old school guys that know the job.
Right. I can agree with that. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that, buddy. No, I agree with you. I do. Police work is not what it used to be. We do have some good things now that help with it, but I think we still need to use some of the old ways and the old policing and detective work in some senses. DNA, great. That's a great thing. I'm going to show you guys a video here that helps with some of these things. Thank you to Dolphin once again.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. And
I was just typing about the video in chat.
That's okay. I'm pretty quick. You see that?
Awesome.
But yeah, and it's going to explain some of the things that we're talking about with the, how the phones and the tracking of the phones and things like that people have questions about. So thank you once again, dear. I appreciate that very much.
You're welcome.
But that's what I'm saying. The newer ways of detective work that they are using nowadays are great. Don't get me wrong. Technology is great, but it's also, they're forgetting real detective work in the background in some senses and not doing it the exact way that you should in some senses. They're being, I guess I should say this for lack of better terms, and no disrespect intended, but they've gotten lazy because they're allowing other things to do their work for them. And sometimes it just doesn't cover it all, folks. It just doesn't give you everything we need on this.
No, like I'm 44, so like I was born in the late 70s, raised in the 80s, and I would remember watching shows like Real Stories of the Highway Patrol and Unsolved Mysteries and and America's Most Wanted and see those days of police officers going door to door and canvassing the neighborhood or businesses, they're done.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm not trying to spam the chat. I just have a lot to say. Does anybody really
I'm
think
not trying to hijack your chat. Sorry.
No, you're all right, buddy. You're all right. Someone would do this with 5 cars parked outside. I mean, it happened, hun. I hate to say that, but it did happen with all those cars out there. So, I think that's why I believe that there's more than one person, knowing that there were multiple people in the house.
Well, in my experience of diving into true crime here and there,
right,
it's been because my mom's uncle is a retired police officer, hey, and I have a cousin who's got a criminology degree from the university and from here in Ontario and from the U.S. as well. So, it's been my experience that most of them work in pairs. You have a dominant one and you have a submissive one.
Yes. Yeah, I got you.
Kind of like the Hillside Stranglers. One was dominant, the other one was submissive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Brandy, dear. And yes, I would like to hold on one second. I just have to say this real quick. Brad, Kim, she would like to have a conversation with you. If I can get you two together, she would appreciate that. I would appreciate that, Kim, if you could have a talk with her. I can bet her she's a great person and you have no worries there. So I will do something I can do to get this together so that you guys can have your conversation. And I appreciate it, Kim, if you would. And there you go, Brad. I told you I would do that. So, but yeah, buddy, I agree with what you're saying. And again, thank you, Brandy, for that. Welcome, Kay Hawkins. Good to see you. Joanne, welcome. Good to see you too. So yeah, I feel that, if you could bring in some older officers in a sense, and I'm not saying, I'm not trying to, how can I say this to not sound wrong? I'm not saying that younger officers don't know what they're doing, but I think that there's some tactics to this that could be used that maybe not have been used that may make this, give it a little bit more coverage in a sense, if I'm making sense. I hope that makes sense to you guys. What's up, too fast,
yeah.
please? I believe in real police work, and I'm not saying, again, I think that new technology and everything they're doing is a great thing. It does help. It has helped solve a lot of cold cases, this and that.
Yeah.
But we still have to go back to, the pen and the paper and remember how important that kind of stuff is. That's all I'm saying.
And DNA and forensics can be wrong too. I mean, like I said, how many innocent people were placed at a crime scene, and you know how many, and I'm just using drinking glasses as an example. Right. How many people do you guys get in your household or your apartments on a daily basis? And if something happens, then the police are questioning your family, your friends, and you know what I mean? And it's DNA can be good, and it also can be hazardous to everybody else's life too.
Amen. Yes, sir. That's a fact. Yes, sir. Kim, if you could do me a favor, dear, and send me a text message to to warm up my phone, because I have so many numbers in there, to make sure that I have the correct number for you, and then I will pass it on to Brad, if you would, please.
Sorry for hijacking your panel there, Dago.
No. You're speaking your voice, my friend. That's what it's about today. So I appreciate you.
And then the justice system don't want to listen to "I'm innocent." You know how many times they've heard that over the years?
Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm not saying that the justice system is wrong. I'm not saying that I don't like it. I'm not saying that I disagree with it. All I'm saying is it needs to be warmed up. Okay, it needs to be recharged, for lack of better terms. It needs to be recharged, and it needs to be looked at, and they need to work the bugs out of it. Okay, there's always been issues, and at that point, they need to go back and go, hey guys, this isn't working. This hasn't been working. We got some issues going on here. What can we do to fix this? Let's do that as a whole. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying as far as the justice system goes. I do believe in it. I'm an American person. I'm very proud to be an American.
Oh.
I'm not going to start singing. Don't worry. But there's certain things as American people that we need. Sarge, God bless him. If he was in here, he'd be saying the same thing. There's certain things that we as American people need to step back, look at, and then step up and say, okay, why is this happening? What can we do to change this as a people, as a country as a whole? Okay, and stand up for ourselves and our rights and support our laws to some extent to make sure that the right things are happening. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that Sarge has preached from day one. We believe in the Constitution. It supports us as a country. We need to support it as well, and the people that are going through the things they are. That's why this whole thing with and again, going back to the touch DNA, transfer DNA, whatever you want to call it, scenario. That's why the FBI said not to use this. Okay, that's why the FBI said do not use this scenario. This is how it works, but don't do it. Don't use it because it's very controversial. And it's not something that is you can put 100% of your trust in. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Kim. And at that point, that's why they said not to use it, but they did. But they're not now. Okay. And it makes you go, why? What is going on with this? Why is this happening this way? It's always bothered me with that, So
I'm proud to be Canadian, just like you guys are proud to be an American. And
there you go.
And it's crazy here too because we have young officers. They use DNA. They use forensics, and I'm not downplaying that at all. But we've had our miscarriages of justice as well here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now case in point, have you guys talk about miscarriages of justice? They're not. I'm trying not to stutter here. I'm a little nervous.
You're all right. Hey, relax. Take a breath. We're all family in here, brother. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody's
case in point. Take the 1970s Guildford bombing in England.
Yeah.
Talk about a miscarriage of justice. Look at that family that did time in prison in England for a bombing they didn't commit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they were released in the mid '80s. You know what I mean?
That's the thing, and that's the thing that bothers me. Welcome, Vix. It's good to have you here, hon. That's the problem with it is we have people that are losing that are spending. There was a man here, I can't remember exactly which state, but he spent 35 years in prison for something he didn't do.
I could never forgive the government, the justice system for that. Honestly,
absolutely, because that man went into prison in his 30s. He is now in almost his 70s. His whole life is gone. He had children and grandchildren that he missed that time out because somebody made a mistake. It's all about a mistake. In this type of scenario, guys, there's no room for mistakes. Okay, a mistake is a mistake, and I'm going to stop saying the word. I know, but it is what it is. But there's certain things, in my opinion, that there's no room for that type of thing for.
True.
And this is it. This is somebody's life is on the line. There's 4 lives that were lost. There's 4 families that have to live with this forever. We don't have that room to make that mistake, whether one or not, none, because there's too many things that are riding on this. And that's just my opinion, folks.
I agree.
So what can we do for you, Vix? It's great to have you up here, hon. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey, I didn't see Vix pop up.
I know. Vix Logic, are you in there, dear?
Check your mic in StreamYard, Vix, because mine was muted.
Hello. Can you hear me? Are you there? You might need to go out and come back in, sweetie, if it's not working. Or like Dolphin just said, check your mic in StreamYard. Sometimes they mute themselves. I've had that happen to me too.
Hey, Miss Brandy.
And not hearing me. Okay. Well, hopefully she'll catch it. We can see you, Vix, but we can't hear you, hon. Are you struggling with it? She's not muted either, so your mic might not be hooked up. I want to hear that. Quick. Okay. Let's see here. You have any thoughts on Dolphin since we're waiting on her and on anything that's been said?
Oh, yeah, I just actually I thought we were gonna watch the video. Do we wanna watch that or
Yeah. I'm gonna bring that up here. I just wanted to make sure everybody was good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got 400. Amazing. 425.
Oh, I need to like. I forgot to do that.
Oh my goodness. Are you
Oops.
serious?
Yeah.
You don't like me today, guys. How about that one? I'm just
Sorry.
kidding. It's okay.
But we know we have the system we have, and until somebody like us goes inside the system and fixes it, you know what I mean? The system can only be fixed from the inside.
That is a fact. That is a fact. I agree with you 5,000,000% on that one, sir. I really do.
I mean, we can hold all these panels and chats and protest all we want, but until one of us runs for a politician or whatever, or someone, you know what I mean, that fixes the system.
Right. Absolutely. Moderators, if you would, please pay attention to the chat here for a little bit. Watch what's going on between people and handle things if you need to. Guys, make sure you're respecting each other. Be polite. Do the things the way we do in here, guys. If you would, I appreciate that so very much. I'm going to pull up this video now. Again, thanks to Dolphin. It's going to explain how any cell phone can be tracked, and it's very interesting to say the least.
Great. Just what I wanted to hear when I'm talking to people.
Right. So this will show us and give us a little bit of insight into this, guys, and it does make some sense. Hold on a minute. One second.
Private chat.
Oh no, I got it all set up ready. But somebody said, "Joe, hey Dago, where's Joe? Where's Joe? Joe was just here. Joe is in here somewhere. What's going on now? That's not Joe. Okay, is this the real Joe or is this somebody else? I don't see her now, so okay, people say things sometimes and it comes off the wrong way. If that's a problem, calm down, guys. That's all I'm asking you. Please quit being so touchy. Relax. I don't think anybody's trying to go at anybody in here. And if it is not the way she's normally talking, we need to check the account, make sure to ensure that it's the right channel. Some people have been getting hacked and had multi-channels put out that aren't really their name. Okay, so just watch mods and pay attention. That's all I'm saying. All right, guys, let's check this video out. Let me know. Well, wait a minute. Let me double check this here. Do I have somebody else down here? Oh, there's Bix. All right. Can you hear me? Moderators, if you would.
Hello?
Please pay attention to the chat. You're going to have to turn your background down, Vix.
Okay, darling. Wait. I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah, mute your background or bring it down.
Oh, I've turned you on.
I'm going to pull up this video now. Again, thanks to
no, I've turned you down. And I always curse everyone else. But
all right, are you good now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can definitely hear you. All right, hold on one second. Eddie. Okay, Eddie dropped down. Good deal. All right, can you hear me, Devil Doll?
I can hear everyone now, and thanks for being so patient. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. And are you, Devil Doll, are you up here now too? Not yet. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead with this video. I will bring you guys up. And if I leave you sitting in the backstage for a period of time, guys, don't be upset with me. Sometimes I don't see it because it's down too low, and sometimes I can't fit you up here. I can't handle having too many people at one time. So let's go ahead with this video and see what they have to say, guys. Thank you for being here again and being patient. Let me set this up for you guys just in case you can't understand. Oh, there are no subtitles. Wait a minute. There we go. All right. And let's do this. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay. If there's a problem, I will fix it. Check the channel first, then if it was just made, then time it out or delete. Thank you very much, Miss Brandy. Here we go. All right.
Break free with T-Mobile. Introducing Go 5G Plus, the first plan that always gives new and existing customers the same great device deals. And
modern technology is complex. It takes hundreds of thousands of people to develop and build the components in a state-of-the-art smartphone. Electronics are getting so sophisticated that it is not surprising many people are confused about what modern phones are actually capable of. Today, I want to focus on mobile phone location tracking. How phones can be tracked in practice, what is theoretically possible, but also common misconceptions. When we think about who might want to track a phone, usually 3 types of entities come to mind: governments and law enforcement, companies, and individuals. All of them have different resources, which determines the type of location tracking they are capable of. The types of tracking highlighted in this video are by no means exhaustive. Also, many of the technologies aren't freely available, which means the academic literature on them might be based on reverse engineering. One of the oldest phone tracking methods already worked in the pre-smartphone era. Triangulation works with angles and measures the signal strength of different cell towers to a phone. If at least 2 towers are within reach at the same time, the rough location of the phone can be calculated. The more towers are within reach, the more precise the result. And if the target is a modern smartphone, trackers can use a similar, much more precise process called trilateration. This method works by calculating the distances from different cell towers using the time of arrival of the different signals. Conveniently, newer phones might even include their exact GPS coordinates in a response to the cell tower, which makes any calculations unnecessary. Usually, only telecommunications have access to the cell tower data, and there is no way to hide from this kind of tracking as long as a phone.
Was something wrong, guys?
No.
No? Oh, I thought I heard somebody say something. I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to push play. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
With a registered SIM card is powered on. Edward Snowden explained it during a 2021 discussion with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Unfortunately, the audio quality wasn't great.
How does the network know where you're at when you got location services turned off, right? When you have Wi-Fi turned off, when you have Bluetooth turned off, when you have GPS turned off, but you're still connected to the network, right? Well, you're registering to the nearest cell phone tower to you, saying, here I am, here I am. Your phone is constantly screaming out, here I am, here I am. Is there a cell phone tower that hears you? And the cell phone tower goes, I hear you. You create a handshake, and then whoever owns that cell phone enters you into a register. It can be a home register if that's where you're frequently on the network. It can be a visitor register if you're like off network. But then they share this upstream. The phone globally knows where all phones are at all times. And that's how they can signal to each other wherever you are, right? And location services doesn't turn that off because it can't turn that off.
Some network providers even openly use this data for more than providing cell service. For example, for serving location-based ads. To illustrate how revealing this geolocation data can be, German politician Malte Spitz requested 6 months of his own phone data in 2009. An online tool displays the timeline of his life during this period. You can clearly see how cell towers track his movements. No wonder that law enforcement agencies often request access to this data to aid with investigations. A comprehensive FBI cellular analysis guide from 2019 that was unclassified in 2021 demonstrates how important for policing geolocation data is nowadays. Well-equipped police forces may use so-called cell site simulators for large events like rallies. These mobile cell towers can be used to record the presence of nearby cell phones to track attendance, but are often also capable of more complex attacks like communication interception. On a smaller scale, individuals are able to track objects or people by attaching products like Apple's AirTags to the target. AirTags, or similarly their competitor Tile, work by communicating with nearby Bluetooth devices. An AirTag in a person's coat pocket or stuck to a car gets updated every time a Bluetooth-enabled Apple device is in close proximity. For example, in January 2022, software developer Lilith Wittmann successfully located the offices of a secret German federal agency by simply mailing them an AirTag. These tracking devices usually have anti-stalking features to avoid tracking people without consent, but unfortunately, they can often be disabled and generally require actions on the target's side. To use digital maps, most smartphones have a built-in GPS receiver. A common misconception about the GPS signal is that it necessarily reveals your location to other parties. Actually, the GPS satellites send out a one-way radio signal, and each GPS-enabled device passively calculates its position using these signals. That's why GPS and the many alternatives like Galileo, GLONASS, or Beidou work without an internet connection. Only when the receiving device has an active sender, like a cell phone does, might the location be sent elsewhere, for example by a navigation app. Since GPS waves are sometimes difficult to receive, for example indoors, navigation apps commonly use a hybrid positioning system that combines GPS and network information like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals. If the mapping service knows the identifiers and location of Wi-Fi networks, for example through crowdsourced acquisition or by collecting this data itself, it is possible to calculate the phone's rough position using triangulation. Some retail stores try to track shoppers based on their Bluetooth devices, since Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signals broadcast a unique serial number called the MAC address, but recent Android and iOS versions make this type of tracking much more difficult by randomizing the MAC address. By the way, if you ever wondered where the data for the Google Maps feature Popular Times comes from, it's from users who opted into Location History, a service that makes use of such a hybrid positioning system. If you care about digital privacy, be careful who has access to your phone's geolocation data. Data brokerage is its own industry that has plenty of customers. To protect yourself, at least to some degree, use the approximate location feature as often as possible if you need location services, and only allow permanent location access to the most important. Turning off your phone to avoid being tracked is another option, but as whistleblower Edward Snowden pointed out, how would you know if a smartphone with a built-in battery is actually off? Malware with fake shutdown animations already exists. Well, I guess it's back to the dark ages. Thank you to patron Joe Blogs and all other patrons.
Wow. Wow, man. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I knew our cell phones could track us, but man, I had no idea to what extent.
It's definitely interesting to say
Oh
the least.
yeah. What was I gonna say? I wanted to answer Joanne's question really quick. I had
Yeah.
not thought about a Stingray. You're talking about the cell site simulator vans or whatever that they were talking about, something that would have had to been stationed in the area, capturing all the cell phones in the area. Is that what you're talking about, Joanne?
That question, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was in chat.
Mhm. Yeah, it's up on the.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I hadn't thought about that, but one, if the FBI was already in Moscow, investigating the cartel or whatever else it was that they were doing there, they may have something like that set up. So that's a possibility. But then also from that video, you see that your cell phone is tracked not only by, the GPS signal going to a satellite, way up in the air. It's Bluetooth devices, Wi-Fi as in router. Because here's like routers. Here's one thing that a lot of people don't realize: when you get internet service at your house, and you've got a router at your house, and let's say Xfinity comes and they install it and whatnot, the default setting on routers is like, your username is like admin and your password is password or whatever. So a lot of people may not know that and they may not like change it or whatever. I
Right.
could see, like, say my next door neighbor, one time I saw his router and I could actually open his router, like, and see folders on his computer and whatnot. And I told him, because he had a daughter that was in college, and I told him, I was like, you might want to, lock down your router because,
Right.
it's wide open. Not
Yeah.
only are those things like standard things for Wi-Fi service, like in your house, or your internet service in your house, but your router will also have a guest, you know, uh, Wi-Fi. Like Xfinity will have your main one, but then you'll also see a connection that's like Xfinity Wi-Fi. So that anytime, say yours might be password protected and locked down, but anytime somebody comes into your house, they don't have to ask you for the password. They just, say, oh, this connection, Xfinity Wi-Fi, is available, and they can connect to it. That also means that somebody parked out on the street outside of your house can connect to it,
Right.
and could possibly like hack you and whatnot. So it's like, you think anytime you walk by anything and you've got Bluetooth turned on and you're discoverable on your phone, which means, hey, show me, on this device, allow it to see that I'm nearby or whatever. Like that, Wi-Fi, satellites, your what they were saying in the video, the fact that your phone is sitting here, yelling, "Hey, here's my phone number. Here are my GPS coordinates." Blah blah blah. And these
Right.
cell towers and these cell phone companies have all of that data. This is what the CAST, the FBI CAST service, that's what they're dealing with. They're not dealing with these old school, people have been talking about, oh, there's this many towers in Moscow, blah, blah, blah. And, oh, he could have been in Pullman, but hitting the tower in Moscow. True, but that's not what they're looking at. And that's the data that the defense doesn't have yet. And that's, like I said, that's what they've used. So I was like, oh, if they have that data, they could definitely
Yeah.
pinpoint where this guy's phone was. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hmm.
That's interesting too. And there it is, guys. You know what I mean? It makes you wonder, and it's kind of scary. I'll be honest with you. In my opinion, it's kind of scary. Um,
Hmm.
And like, how is it over there? Like, do they, with the FBI, are they obliged to turn this over?
as far as what?
Um,
Welcome, by the way, hon. What do you mean?
Thank you. I finally made it. Well, like with Discovery and everything that's documented, like so far, it's an uphill thing, isn't it, at the moment? But I
Definitely.
think FBI are holding a certain amount. I guess. I mean, I'm from not like over here. Um, it's interesting. So for the sake of what? Is it that secret that they can't, turn it over forthwith, sort of thing? Can't they just say, "Oh yeah, this is what we gathered. Here you go. That's how we found out." What? Why so? Why
Why
so
so?
secretive?
Why is it such a secret?
Yeah,
It's a good. That's a good question.
yeah. Mm,
And I think you can answer it. Well, anybody that would, I'd love for somebody to answer that. I'll be honest with you, but
I think they're
um,
just
mm,
stalling, like the prosecution, or not the
okay.
prosecution, but law
right.
enforcement. You've got to
Yeah.
think that law enforcement, the
Yeah,
police, had this data. They
yeah,
got this information from the FBI. The
Right.
FBI
yeah,
has, offices like, all over the US
Yeah.
and whatnot. They're
yeah.
not just going to say, oh, hey, come get our data or whatever.
Right.
Law
Right.
enforcement would have to ask. They have to be invited in, to
Yeah.
participate
So
in an investigation. So, yeah.
yeah, so when like defense is saying, okay, we've got law enforcement, we've got are they not um in their right to sort of say, well, we want this from you, we want that from you, and we want this from the FBI? Is that not like they
Well,
can't demand?
they
They
well they
have it.
yeah they have that information. A
Oh, they
lot of it.
do. Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's your? I think what you might be referencing is the fact that there has been a lot of um how can I say this? A lot of stalling on, like what Dolphin said, on the part of law enforcement to give things over to the state that defense needs.
And
The
don't
state,
forget, yeah, and don't forget it's a jurisdictional pissing match too, because
Yeah, yeah.
local law,
Subject matter.
because local law enforcement, as much as they want the FBI in to help them, when the FBI really shows up, they're like, "Did we make a mistake?"
Yeah, we call it. I think the closest we'd get to that is the CID. We've got what's called the CID, Criminal Investigation Department, or whatever.
Are you in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And
Yeah,
I'm
and
trying to marry it up because we all want the same result, sort of thing.
Right.
Right.
And
tell you
I guess, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're okay. When I covered the Nicola Bully case, which I'm still doing over in the UK, it's a big
Oh
one,
God.
big issue
Yeah.
for me. And I noticed that your law enforcement over there, as compared to the United States, they don't put anything out. They keep it all to their chest. They do their investigation. And they don't get the options over there that we get over here to see all this stuff on mainstream media. They'll put maybe something here on the news, and that's it.
Well, they have to. I guess what it was with Nicola Bully, they just didn't determine anything as criminal, which was pretty sad because we all sort of had our suspicions. But in a criminal case, the CID would have been, like this is obviously a criminal case.
Yeah. Well,
so I can't understand why they're not sharing the info. But I guess it will come up over the summer, perhaps. Yeah.
There's something with that case that bothers me because I went digging because of the fact that the UK does the UK does not release anything. So I went digging and I found some things that just didn't make any sense, like this case. And when you find pictures and you find bruises around a woman's neck, and then she goes missing not too long after that, and there's other issues going on. She's spending the night at her parents' house because she's not getting along with her partner. Okay.
And really, when you look at it, it's the same sort of thing because you've got 6 people in a house. I don't care how you structure that family, but there's, if we loosely call it domestic violence, like if everyone's in there, 4 people die and the other 2 are like, well, we don't know. We just don't know.
Yeah.
I just, how that passes is kind of weird.
And it just blew my mind. It blew my mind completely because the law enforcement in this case just kind of looked past everything and said, no, it was an accident. She drowned accidentally. No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
Yeah.
There's no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was saying that video, I think I've seen it, but that you've just shown there. It's I guess what the FBI actually have. They're the ones that have got this kind of information that will absolutely knock the jury out. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm just like, whoa! Every bit of technology that goes on. I mean, I admire people that know the difference between, I don't know, VPN, HTML, whatever. It's a language that will absolutely flummox a jury, in my opinion. I mean, they're going to be absolutely like, oh, yeah, they must have him. They must have him.
Right.
And if you draw it back to kind of basics, just the underhand sort of, well, why not just show us? We're not like explain it to us like we're 5. We'll get there, and we'll all learn something. But they have to be sort of, oh no, we just know so much better. I don't know. I mean, yeah, my thing for ringing in, and really briefly because I don't want to bore everyone, is that I don't know if anyone else noticed, and I did bring it up in a few chats, but there's a body cam where you can hear the gravel, a couple of police officers, they're walking up to the house, going back a bit as well. It seems like a bit of a standard thing. They're patrolling. That's what they kind of do.
Right.
May have been a call, may not, but I don't know if anyone spotted it, but as they're approaching, one officer says to another, they're scared. They're scared. They're scared. Like, I thought, what a weird thing to say. Why would they be scared? I mean, obviously they're kids. I mean, if your dad catches you out doing something, oh my God, you're in so much trouble. But in a legal sense, there's nothing to be scared of, really. But it was just that term. It really, if that's the attitude, it's a bit of a shame, really. And if and then when they get there and they're going, well, my dad's bigger than your dad, sort of thing, and everything is, oh well, we're going to have to report you to the, of the whole, university. So it even goes one step above that. So I don't know. I don't get the hang of that. But I can see why they could be in fear just by partying, but they can't be in fear of being murdered.
Right. No, very much. Very much. I can agree with that. I do feel that that's one of the big reasons why Bethany did not want to come back to Idaho, and she tried to squash that whole Tina for that, because of she has to have some sort of a fear and of what is going on.
All in fear. Yeah, that's my sense, that they're all too frightened. Yeah.
That's something that we've been talking about from the beginning. If they have Brian Koberger as their guy, as Chief I said, we have our man. He was asked, who else is involved? Is anybody? Nope. We think it's just him. Okay, great. Then you have nothing to fear by coming back to Idaho, Bethany. The guy's in custody. She still didn't. So that tells me something else, guys. And that is something that I will definitely stick to that as well, because there's no other reason to have a fear of anything. You shouldn't.
No. Anyway, that was my little two penny.
Or that can go both ways, by the way. I didn't get to say the other side. She may, we don't know at this point the involvement of either one of these two survivors. Maybe she has a fear of something else. Okay. And that could be a possibility of some form of involvement as well. Or maybe she thinks that she's involved and doesn't realize, maybe. But I feel like it might be the first thing I said as far as her fear. And it's sad.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way at all,
And like you were saying the other night with Kaylee, like incessantly on her phone texting and all of that, like it was urgent. It was like everything else, because she seems like a normally sort of sociable, she would have been a little butterfly around there, but she was hunched over her phone. It's not a great look, in any, I don't know, she's just more, something was really, really urgent at that point. And she was trying to undo some damage, I think, at that point. And I think she's used to doing it. I think she was used to doing it. I think that was her job, if you get me. That she could minimize any kind of damage that was going to go on. Even the way she'd come out that door, so glamorous, beautiful, and gave that officer like one-word answers. I loved it. It was just, you're not going to get me kind of thing. Like, she protected everybody that wanted to sort of have fun and everything at all costs. In my set, I'm just like getting a feel for this girl, because we've all been young, I just feel that, it's, I got what they call an ASBO in this country, which is an aggravated, I don't know, it's about having your music too loud.
Gotcha.
I had to be a big, about
noise
so I just sensed that she's been used to putting out fires. I'm just gutted, every day.
Yes.
Just But look,
definitely makes
it's
sense.
been lovely, and I'm only called Vic's logic because if it was just logic, then that would make sense because my logic is very different to
No, that's
many other
okay.
people. But
That's quite all right.
uh,
I
but
appreciate it.
lovely to finally have a chat with you, and
Uh,
have a great night, everyone.
you too.
And
Thank you
Dolphin
so much.
and Derek.
Oh, thank you. It was
We
nice to
appreciate
hear
it.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
Okay.
for coming up here. You're
Mm.
welcome anytime we do this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's great to finally feel, you're out of my brain. I haven't got to just text. I'm very slow.
That's all right.
Anyway,
Quite all right.
yeah.
Thank you.
You crack on and catch up with you soon.
All righty. Take care, hon.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Vix.
Hey, Paladin. Yeah, that's great. Not yet, quite, but we're still working on it. Thanks for jumping in, buddy. Appreciate you.
Okay, so I'm on my phone right now, looking up, just kind of refreshing my mind of of Idaho there, Moscow.
Yeah,
So they arrested him in the Pocono Mountains.
that's at
Right.
his parents' house. Yes.
Well,
He had
my
gone
my
home for Christmas.
okay, because my mind just immediately went to, well, if he didn't do anything, why is he in the Pocono Mountains?
Well,
My mind goes to running. You know what I mean?
well, yeah, but it was Christmas time. He was heading home. All the kids were leaving the school and schools for the
Right.
holidays. So that could have been a reasoning too. His father came and met him there, and then he went home with his father. It can go either way. You can look at it as he was running away from something, or he was just going home to spend the holidays with his family. You know what I mean?
Because I try to look at everything objectively. You know what I mean, with a
Sure.
logical mind. So
Absolutely nothing wrong with that. I appreciate and respect that. So thank you.
as
Uh,
as a civilian, somebody that would, yeah, okay, Christmas time, but also if I was an investigator, I could see where, you know what I mean. They would say, well, running part.
yeah, absolutely. That can be understood that way too. Like I said, and that could be the reason why. It's already been said that why the two Indiana police stops happened is because they were worried that he was going to run, very possibly. Of course, the FBI denies that those had anything to do with them. Whatever. At this point, I don't care. I still feel like they had some kind of a link to this case. That's my opinion. Doesn't mean you guys have to agree with me. Thank you, Timothy Lynch. It's good to have you here. I love the fact that you love the channel. I appreciate you. Misfit Mayhem, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. He didn't run for a while. Got to hear. Well, yeah, that too. I mean, here's the thing that kind of bugs me a little bit, guys. If he was guilty of this, I'm not saying everybody thinks this way, but I would have imagined that he would have got in his car and bolted immediately
Right.
thereafter. He went to a doctor's appointment. He went and got a haircut. He went back to his job for a few more days, did this, did that. And then his father shows up. He met his dad. They hung out, and then they went back to their family home. That doesn't sound like a mass killer trying to
No.
hide from law enforcement doing those types of things,
Right.
And he waited 6 weeks. That's a good point, Kathy and Axel. Thank you. He waited 6 weeks to leave. In my opinion, as somebody that is trying to run or hide from the police, would have been gone. Would not have known where Brian Koberger was for those 6 weeks. That's my thought and my opinion only. I may be wrong.
I agree. I mean, me personally, if I did that, I'd have been gone that day or the next day. I would have, you know what I mean?
Typically,
I would not hang around for 6 weeks, get a haircut, go about my daily business, and you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I do absolutely agree with you on that. Paladin says, why did law enforcement wait so long to approach Brian Koberger? And if they were so sure he was their man. Good point. Another good point. What were they waiting on? I don't think they were so sure. And I think that they were trying to do things the way they were supposed to. And there was a rush put on them because I've said this before. School was starting up in January and they had nobody in custody. If we all know that there was a whole bunch of kids that weren't going back to that school if they didn't have a suspect in custody. We know that, guys. They can say that it's not true. We know that that's what would have happened. Their parents would not allow their kids to go back to that school thinking that there's a murderer running around on campus, possibly. It's not going
Right.
to happen. And that in turn is going to cause monetary issues, financial issues for not only the school, but the city and the town of Moscow because they rely on that school in a lot of senses to bring in the
Oh,
money.
yeah.
That's the biggest issue in my opinion is they were waiting. Now, if this would have happened in the summertime, okay, when all the classes have let out, say that not that it's an inconvenient thing. I'm just saying they would have had more time to find him without having somebody on their back, in a sense, making sure that everything is in place the way it's supposed to be so that the school could continue as it was supposed to and everything would go down the way it was supposed to. I think it would have been different. There wasn't a rush then. Now, there should always be a rush, but I don't think there would have been as much of a rush then because it all goes back to money in the end. And that's sad. So that's part of what I think the problem is with this. And I've said this before. They had to have a suspect. They had to have their suspect in custody. Boom, boom, boom. Here we
And
go.
the university's main priority right now is to save face because they don't want bad publicity.
Right, right. That's a fact. And here's a funny thing. Somebody threw the name in chat. We were talking about him yesterday and the day before, Jack Showalter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you look at the situation, I would have looked directly at him because he did bolt. He took off for no reason. He had nothing to do with this, supposedly, right? But he took off in the middle of the night to drive home 6 hours. Why didn't you wait till 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning? Like most people would have done, or whatever. He wanted to miss the traffic,
Right.
whatever
And
it is. He
don't
went,
forget, it was like a week before the
yeah,
session break,
and
too.
classes weren't out yet. That's another thing. Why did you bolt in the middle of the night to go back to mommy and daddy's house if you had no involvement in this or you knew nothing about it? There's an issue for me, and it is. Brian Koberger didn't do that. He hung out. He lived the rest of his life, worked his way up to when everything shut down, and then he left like he should have. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah,
That
he was
does.
all business as usual. I mean,
That's
if
right.
it was him, you think about it, he stayed for a whole month, and saw that, okay, nobody's knocked on his door or whatever, if it's him, nobody's
Right.
knocked on his door. He didn't go home for Thanksgiving break because, yeah, he lived like, what, 2,500 miles
Right.
How
away from
come?
home. And
How
he
come?
didn't fly for Christmas either, so, which is
Exactly.
weird.
How come my mind goes right to corruption?
The same reason why most people's have, because of everything we've seen. All of the shortcomings of law enforcement and the governmental issues that have happened along with this case. So everybody is welcome, Gina, by the way. Everybody is pretty much sitting back now going, okay, it didn't do all of these things that are protocol for anywhere in the country to do in a situation like this. So now the way that this works because of social media and aspects like that, everybody's now looking at this as if, well, the police are crooked. Boom. That's it. And I'm not saying that that's not true. And I'm not saying that that is true. All I'm saying is we were not given another choice to look at.
Hmm.
Okay. This wasn't a, you know, multiple choice scenario. There was one and there was one. Nothing else because of the way they presented this to us.
This is gonna go. This is gonna go on for a long time yet. This is far from over. I
There's,
mean,
I,
my mind goes right to the university is working with the local law enforcement to squash this as soon as possible.
Yeah, I can agree with that, sir. I can definitely. Um,
Because, like I said, the university's main priority is to save face so they don't lose money and they don't lose students.
That's true. That's true. But the
yeah,
thing that I've always I don't know, that stood out to me, I know he just said corruption. Yeah, it is about corruption, but I think the corruption is stemming from something else. Like whatever this cartel situation is, there's some sort of history there that something is
yeah,
going on with the law enforcement in this town. I think with this case, one, they were in over their heads. They've never had anything like that before. I don't remember exactly when, you know, uh, Brian Koberger was on. their radar? Because I think Jules did a video because she was asking that same question.
Oh yeah,
When exactly did, they start focusing on him? And this is, I think, why the defense is questioning things too, like the genealogical DNA and all that. It's like, well,
right.
wait a minute, how did you get to him to then start saying, oh yeah, we need to go check this or we need to go check that? Because there's things like what is it? The WSU campus police, whoever that guy was, ran a query to see how many white Hyundai Elantras they had
Yeah,
and tried to
right.
give them that data. But I think they ignored that data for a while. So there's some disconnects in here. And I think that what they did was when they did finally focus on him, they said, this is our guy. We got him. We can wrap this up really quick, and they rushed to do this and apparently they lost him for 15 hours. I saw somebody say that in chat
Yeah,
when he
he
started
ended up
driving.
going around the
Mhm.
Colorado instead of the straight shot that he had. And
Mhm.
okay, maybe him and his dad wanted to look at something. You know what I mean? Or maybe
Well,
he was doing something.
yeah, there was bad weather though too then. So I understand the extra 800 miles or whatever they did or whatever. But this is the thing. So I think that they rushed to judgment. They went out to Pennsylvania. They're, rooting through people's trash. They got the DNA, matched it to the dad, said, okay, this is the father of the person that, the DNA on the sheath or whatever.
Right.
Then they get him, they swab him, and they're like, okay, this is definitely the match of the person that's on the sheath or
Yes.
whatever. They
Yeah.
put together this sloppy PCA, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And they put somebody who has like barely any police experience, okay?
Right.
He's the one that writes the PCA. We've said the two different PCAs are like almost identical copies of each other. So they
Right.
cut and paste. You know what I mean? It's like they cut
Hmm.
corners clearly trying
Yeah.
to get him, okay? And
Absolutely.
then it's like they arrest him, and I seriously think they were all patting themselves on the back at the station and
Yep.
high-fiving each other. We
Yep.
got our man, blah blah blah. We're gonna find a ton of DNA here and here and here. And
Yeah.
then it's like they're like case closed, problem solved. But then what happened? They didn't find what they were expecting to find,
That's right.
in the
And I,
car and the apartment. And now
I,
they're like, oh shit,
you're
we
right. And
can't turn this over to the defense or whatever,
I, I know
stall.
this is probably a reach to say this, but
Hmm.
I wholeheartedly believe, guys. I know I'll never have any proof of it. Okay, but my heart and my mind tells me that they did not have the results back from the sheath test when they arrested
Hmm.
that man. I'm telling you, in my mind, I feel like they did not have that back yet. They
Hmm.
took a chance and said, I know we got our guy. Just do it. Do the thing. Boom, 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 boom. And I think that it was not back beforehand. And
Right.
that's why it was sent off to the secondary lab. And I'm still very suspicious of that secondary lab and for what reasoning. It's just weird. I'm sorry. It's weird. I just feel like they did not have that information back before they put that man in.
See,
And
They,
they were praying to God that they were going to be right. And I think
Yeah.
that's one more shortcoming in this pathetic case because it is really pathetic the
Yeah.
way things have been done.
The so my understanding of using the secondary lab, the one in Texas was, this transfer DNA sample was so small, they had the one lab, I guess, in Idaho do it.
Right.
And then they said they didn't find a match in CODIS. That's the important part. They
Right.
couldn't find a match in CODIS. So that means no, person who's previously, been, picked up for a crime or whatever and tested, or convicted of a crime, they're not in that database, right?
Yep.
So it's
Right.
like, okay, we have DNA for some random unknown person. And because the sample was so small, they said, okay, we need to send it to this other lab that I guess has more advanced technology and can test a smaller sample. And then
Right.
so they did that. And then I think that they also, were like, okay, now run it through whatever this, genealogical database is, the ones that they have access to. And
Right.
then they found the match. Somebody in the
Convenient.
family, somebody in the tree or whatever. And actually with along with CC Moore's data, there's another chart. I know she put up something, but there's another chart basically saying it's like I know people are saying, "Oh, it's junk science or whatever. It's not, it's not accredited. It's not used." Everything starts out that way. You know what I
Right,
mean? And
right,
it's like the more you use something and prove that it works or whatever, then it becomes, the status quo. The thing that you go to. Um,
right,
I mean,
right,
and I look at it like this: if you take a person, you know, and they've got 50% DNA from this parent, 50% from this parent. The siblings, la la la, from the grandparents. It's got, it keeps like, breaking in half and watering down and stuff. And there's a good chart like I can pull up to show you guys. But so, where was I going with this? But besides the DNA, so that's kind of like where I am with that. They don't want to explain it because they don't want the defense to say, "Oh no, you can't use that. That's not proven." Blah 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 or
right,
whatever.
right,
But the point is, yes, that's true, but it did point them in the right direction. They didn't just, pull a name out of a hat and come up with Michael Koberger or whatever, or whoever the relative was, who pointed them in that direction, So, something about it, is like, I don't know, valid. But where I was going with this though too before I got off on the DNA was law enforcement. Once they found out that they didn't have the evidence that they thought, the obvious aha, blood in the car, blah blah blah, whatever, victim's DNA in the car or in his apartment or whatever. I think that this is where the stalling, came in. You see, the defense is like asking things, for things 3, 4 times, like we don't have this, we don't have that. But the prosecution is saying, oh, well, we gave you everything. We gave you, 13,000 pages of this and photos and blah, 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 and 51 terabytes of data, right? That's what, they do in cases like this. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll give you something, but it's going to be buried in front, in the middle of like a house load of data, you know? That you won't have time to really go through or whatever. So I mean, they're playing games. The prosecution, law enforcement, they're playing games because I think they're probably still trying to find things. And I honestly, to save face and whatnot, and to actually, wrap this up, I really do hope that they have something with the cast data that,
I agree.
backs up why they, were looking at this guy. Because if they don't, then they're just screwed, and this guy is going to get off, you
Yep.
know?
And there we are.
Mm-hmm.
If he's guilty, we just set a murderer free,
Mm-hmm.
because we couldn't do our job right. And if he's innocent, it's the opposite, and that's bad both ways, guys. We can't do things this way.
Right.
I can't, whether there's a rush or not. What You can't make sacrifices like this in a case like this, and they just at this point are so used to running their system the way they do. This is how it went, and it's horrible.
That's the key word, Dango, is if. That's a big word in this case. If he's
Oh,
innocent, if he's guilty.
right. That's 100% true. 100% true.
because
Uh,
like you said, you set him free, you're toying with other people, innocent people's lives. You just set a murderer on the loose. You
and
and if he's innocent, then you're sending the man to the chair or whatever death penalty they have in Idaho.
They want to shoot him.
yeah,
The
yep.
governor passed a law or whatever,
They brought back the firing
right,
squad,
to bring back the firing squad.
which is really crazy to me, but so be it. Um, you know,
Fuck, what the hell?
it
Oh
is.
my god.
It's whatever, but so be it. The thing is though, if like I said, if we set this man free and he actually, let's just say for instance that he is that good, okay, because of his educational background, he's that smart, so on and so forth, and he pulled off the perfect crime in a sense, okay, and he gets away with this, and we set him free. I could start a betting pool right now as to when he would do it again. Because if you realize that you can get away with something, people automatically are going to go ahead and do it again that are like this. You know what I mean? Now, on the other side of that, it's horrible both ways, guys. It weighs the same on both sides. The other side of this, if the man did nothing wrong, okay, and they stand him in front of that firing, yes, I can, Devil Doll. they stand him in front of that firing line and they end his life. Once again, like I said a little bit ago, that's finale. That's final. That's done. It's over. End of story. You can't say, "Oh my God, we just figured it out. It was a mistake." Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
It's over, and that's horrible in itself. So
And
yeah, let me slow down.
And Miss Boone brought up a good point. I apologize, Dago. She said it's a political show because over in the States, you guys have chiefs of polices that get elected come election year.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know when your next election year is for the, but he probably wants to wrap this up so he can get reelected.
Right. I can agree with that. Absolutely. 1 second here, guys. I'm trying to slow the chat down. It looks like it's flying right now. Sorry about that, folks. Let me do this, if that makes a difference.
I don't know if I'm making sense with that, but I mean, that's what came to my mind.
No, that does make sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense, honestly. Very much so.
I mean, a small town like Moscow, Idaho. Let's face it, you got the mayor, the governor, the chief. You know.
Agreed. Eddie, welcome back up, buddy. You haven't said anything since you jumped back up here. Did you have more to add to what we were talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Sorry it took so long to get to you, bud.
No, don't worry about that. There's a couple things. The discussion has been progressing forward, so it's kind of like in the, a couple of items previously, but one of them,
right.
As long as we're talking about it presently, would it be too conspiracy theorists to ask the question, these inconsistencies in the investigation, could those be programmed or designed into this so that they know going into it that the case would be dismissed?
That's very possible.
In defense of myself, I mean, if we can put duct tape around his steering wheel and talk like that, then to me it's fair that I ask the question that this is possibly, they did things in the wrong way to get this person, Brian Kohlberger, so that it would get dismissed. But all the while, like I keep saying, the mainstream media is doing their part so that when this gets thrown out and dismissed, then he will still be the guilty guy. There's no reason to keep looking for the real killers. There are no real killers. The real killer he got off on a technicality. It's that darn Ann Taylor, doing her fancy lawyer work that did it. But so that's the question I have about that.
Right. No. I get that's a good question, actually.
The other thing I wanted to bring up is earlier we were talking about the Indiana traffic stops, and
yes. Oh, I know.
I'm sure everyone's aware that in the PCA, I don't know, would it take a long time for you to pull up the PCA? But in the PCA, it mentions that they queried his car in Indiana.
Right.
Does everybody remember that?
I do. I don't know if anybody else remembers.
And I'm sure I learned it at one point in history, but I just looked at that PCA again, and because you were talking, I think, the other day about the Indiana traffic stops, and then afterwards I stumbled across that, and we're trying to understand or wonder if that was, the FBI was behind those traffic stops. But the fact that they put that in the PCA, that they queried his car in Indiana,
right.
What is the point? Think of it like this. What is the point of them putting that in the PCA? Did the 2 traffic stops in Indiana happen so that could be put in the PCA? Or is it the 2 traffic stops happened and as a result they put it in the PCA?
Wait, how are they mentioned in the PCA? I
Well,
forgot.
they queried his car and it's mentioned in the PCA. And
right.
that strikes me as interesting because it doesn't need to be. That has no place there. But, and again,
That's from the Washington State University campus police who did the search of his car. Is that what you're talking about?
no.
Because that was mentioned in the PCA.
Um, Dago, are you able to pull up the PCA so people can see?
I have it right here, my friend.
Okay.
I was working on it as you were talking.
That's all right. It's in there, but it's unusual that it's in there. So my wondering is, were the traffic stops designed to happen so that it could be thrown into the PCA, or the opposite way with it? Did the two traffic stops happen, and as a result, they thought to put it in the PCA?
That's a good way to. I mean, we've all talked about, and Eddie, I know you're on the same page, same book, same chapter with me as far as believing that this case is almost by design. Okay, we've talked about that, and I do feel strongly that this was some form of, it was designed in a certain way. Do you remember which page that was on, Eddie, by chance?
I don't. But
roughly, I used to know certain places in this, and it's been so long since I've looked at it.
It's going to be within the first third of it.
Yeah,
earlier.
That's what I'm looking for right here.
Oh, search for the word query. Do Control F
and
type query, because I think they use the word query in it.
Yep, they do. See, yep. This is why you do these things. I love it. It's just. It's not working there. Come on now. All right. Control F. Why is it not coming up? Is it because I'm sharing it? Hold on a minute.
Make sure you click in the window really quick.
Yeah.
And then Control F.
There we go. That's right.
Make sure it's selected.
There it is. Thank you once again.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Here we go.
It's on page 11. I found it.
Oh my God, that was, yep, there it is.
That was the license plate reader.
Is it 11? Yeah, page 11. Okay. I think this is it.
No, this is the part about the license plate reader. And then something about his family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and
which
locate tool.
What part were you referring to exactly? Oh, wait a minute, here we go. Is it on page 12?
It might be before that, because I'm pretty sure that it's mentioned in here that the, WSU campus police, located, queried how many white Elantras there were.
Here it is, right here, page 9. Okay.
Page 9, okay.
You're an angel. Thank you for giving me that. Control F. I forgot about that. I always do, and I know it works, but got so much running through my head.
Damn Dago, when I start investigating unsolved mysteries here in Ontario, Canada, I'm gonna need you for help.
Well, I got a great team that works with me too, buddy. I don't do this by myself. I promise you.
Because I'm gonna be doing unsolved murders dating back to the 80s.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
That's one of my favorite shows. The original show with Robert Stack was my favorite. I'll be honest with you.
Because we have our fair share here. So I mean, especially out in Calgary where there's nothing but prairie. You know what I mean? So,
all right, guys. I think it starts here on page 8. Wait a minute.
I found it. It's investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado.
Yeah.
Information provided by a query to a database. Koberger's Elantra, it's small print, so bear with me, was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana on December, it says 16th. I can't believe it. I never caught that before. But Anyway, in Hancock County, Indiana, on December 16th, at approximately 2:36 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's, Elantra, and Albright. Okay, so it continues on, but what is the point? To me, it's like, is that necessary to be in there? So
it does
I'm
sound
intrigued.
like that's part of the design. I agree with you. You're absolutely right. But how do you look at it? As in what you said, the first way or the secondary side of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they included it in the PCA because it happened, or they made sure that it happened so that they could put it in the PCA one day.
Right.
Odd.
Yeah, that does make sense, Eddie. Very much so. So let's ask this question now at this point. If we're going that way, so why? Let me. And I haven't really asked this question. What do you think let's say that the stops were part of the design of this, okay? That they were doing whatever they were doing, tracking him, how or so on. Why do you think they stopped him?
It's a good question. Is it just to put it in the PCA?
Just to have that there? Okay.
It's it's an odd speculation, but what else is there? They didn't look at, did he have insurance coverage on his car? I mean,
yeah,
they didn't even look at his license. They had it in his hand, the driver's license, but they didn't even look at that.
They didn't really do anything with it. You're right. So that's why I was stating.
I think it was to see inside the car, to see him, get a look at him. Remember, because people talked about the first stop, the cop was kind of looking down at the ground, his body cam, didn't really see anything, so then they had a second stop.
That was
and then
backwards.
Was it backwards?
I'm 100% sure.
You had it the other way around. But here's my thing, and I said that too. I thought, because I've been asking that question, and nobody has really come up with a. I really don't know if it wasn't just the following, but it was the same stop both times, following too closely, right? So that threw me off. And then I'm thinking, did they walk over to look at him to see, make sure it's him, to see who he had with him? Maybe they weren't sure who he had with him. Is that what it was? Or did they want to look in the car and see his hands and his arms to see, if he had any marks on him? Was that what that was for? Which seems a little bit of a reach to me. But there's multiple reasons. Take care, Jennifer. Thank you for jumping in with us. Have a great day, hon. So I wondered that, are they looking in the car itself to see what he's got in the car with him, to see if maybe he had a knife there or something? I mean, again, that's a reach for me, but something, I can't believe that it wasn't involved. That's all I'm saying. Brian says to look at the cop's watch. Okay. I never did that before. What are we looking for? We look at that, Brian. And Brat said that they queried in Loma, Colorado. So
yes, they did on the 13th.
Right.
Well, his plate appeared on a reader, I think, right?
Electronic database. Or no. Wait a minute.
It was his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. This is in parentheses. Information provided by a query to database.
Yeah.
Close parentheses.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are you able to pull up that page? Are you there yet?
That's page 11.
11.
Yeah, hold on a minute here, buddy. I got it. 1 second.
230. See, and I just noticed this too. So the Hancock County was the first pullover. The second pullover, by the way, was in Henry County.
Okay, that was by local city police, right?
Yeah, the first one it would be Hancock County Sheriff Deputy.
Or that's what it was, county, and then the other one was Indiana State
Patrol.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but that's interesting because it was like around 10:40 a.m. in Hancock County. Okay?
Right.
But notice that in this PCA it says that they queried his vehicle at approximately 2:36 p.m. I never noticed that until just now.
Neither did I.
See, I would have thought that, okay, you're following a car and you would run that right at that time while you're following them before you put your your siren on and pull the car over.
Right.
That would be a query right then and there. But this is 2:36 p.m. that his car was queried. But that's how many hours after 10:41 a.m.
I think you're looking at that, reading that wrong or misunderstanding what they typed. The query that they're talking about is them looking for it, Moscow PD, because they lost him, right? And they query information provided by a query to a database in parentheses is meaning they got that. Moscow PD got that information because they were looking for his plate because they lost him, and it popped up that a license plate reader on December 13th spotted him in Loma, Colorado, and then he was in Hancock County or whatever. And then it says it was queried on December 15th by law enforcement. That to me reads that the people who stopped him probably, put his plate in real quick. And that hits in for Moscow PD's radar or the FBI's radar, because they were looking for him.
Yeah, thanks for setting me right on that. Yeah.
No, that's okay. Because the difference of the December 16th and yeah.
That's good stuff, Dolphin. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And like I said, it's hard to understand and read sometimes, Eddie, so no worries on that, buddy.
Yeah, the way that they wrote this is like
the verbiage. Yeah, I said that the language in this is so ridiculous at some points how to read it. Like you could have made it so much easier, So yeah, you did, no big deal. But still, it is kind of interesting to think of your theory on that, buddy, because did they do it because of that or did they do it after the fact? Do you know what I mean?
Didn't they also say that there was something up about, with it was like an SUV or something that had pulled him over at one point, or something that they said it wasn't like a police vehicle? Because didn't Brian say something to the cop? I guess like the second one that, like, oh, we just got pulled over, like an SUV pulled us over or something. I heard people mentioning that in chat. Like I saw that like a long time ago. When we were talking about that, even he questioned who had pulled him over, I guess, or whatever.
I don't know. I don't
because I think in the video, in the second one where you can actually see into the car or whatever, it's the first one or whatever, he said that I think somebody else had pulled him over or whatever.
Right.
Or something. I'd have to go back and watch the video.
I don't remember. It's been a while. I can pull it up and watch it if you need to, and we can look at that.
Does anybody in chat remember?
Yeah, Sharon Klein says, Sheriff, what's going on, Brat? What's the matter? And I don't know. Let me see here.
I just want to share with you guys briefly.
Soul says SUV.
Okay.
I'll share with you briefly just a fancy vocabulary word that kind of encompasses these two Indiana traffic stops.
Okay.
That word would be serendipitous.
Okay.
They either happened serendipitously or they were designed. One of the two.
Right. Yeah. It's one of the two ways. And I can't. I've tried to make myself believe what the FBI says when they say we had nothing to do with that. Okay. I just can't. And maybe it wasn't the FBI. Maybe it was something that was set up between the Idaho State Police and the Indiana State Police. I don't know. That sounds crazy, but I have a feeling it's related. I cannot walk back from that, and I'm not comfortable leaving it alone. You know what I mean? So, Altered Soul says he believes that the father stated that. So, gotcha. Welcome, Crime Sleuthing in, Mr. Antonucci, sir. How are you guys both today? Thank you for joining us up here.
Now, I apologize, but you guys were talking about cartels earlier. Could all this be connected?
Anything is possible, my friend. We don't have any concrete evidence as to base any facts on that yet, but anything's possible. Like I said, I've got a big table, an invisible table sitting in front of me with all sorts of stuff dumped out on top of it, and I've not removed one thing yet because there's too many options with this still.
Because the word cartels and murder, I automatically go to, and this is a theory I've been concluding lately since I've been on here. Could it be drug related?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but here's the thing though, with a cartel, and I mean, I've mentioned this before, like my feelings on it. If these were cartel killers or whatever you want to
Hmm.
say, would they have really left two other people alive in the house? And I'm
No.
thinking
I
if
don't.
they
I don't believe.
hadn't, if
I
they
don't.
were and right and they did leave them alive, then there's some sort of connection between them and Dylan and Bethany. You know what I mean? Like maybe,
Right.
like let's just say Dylan's dad, has some
Yeah.
sort of association there.
Right.
Oh, well,
Right.
do everybody else in the house, but don't touch my daughter or whatever. And oh, she's
Yeah.
friends with Bethany, don't touch her. So that's the only way I could think that a cartel type situation would
Well,
make sense.
my research in cartels and organized, and OC, I will say organized crime, is cartel hitmen don't leave witnesses. They get
Right,
rid of everybody.
right.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just too. You don't want to leave any kind of a mess, a possible mess. So they clean it all up and they walk away from it. It's done.
Right.
And that didn't go down this way. That's why I've had doubts about that from the beginning.
Unless
About
Dylan and Bethany weren't even at home and they
Just a
lied about
theory.
that.
Just a
Hmm.
theory. I apologize, you guys. It was just a theory.
Oh, it's okay.
no
Before
worries.
I hop down, I just have one last question.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about hoodie guy
Yeah.
skipping out of town at around 2 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Has that been confirmed? Do we have
Uh,
receipts? Where did
it
that begin?
was confirmed that he left town. We don't have any confirmation on the exact time. That's the only thing, and I can't verify that. It's been impossible. So, um, we know he left. That's a fact. And we know that he left sometime in that realm of early morning hours. We just don't know exactly when and why. It could be there. Any reason could be given that he was going home for the holidays. Well, why didn't you finish out school first? Why did you leave in the midst of this situation going on? And that definitely brings up suspicious points on it, and that's what it is. So, but yeah, there's no clear verification as to the time, buddy. Yet, and I definitely would like to know that, and I would also like to know exactly why and what was the reasoning.
There is way too many variables, man. There is way too many things that I can't wrap my. I mean, I'm never mind. I'm gonna keep quiet. But there's way too many variables.
Derek, Dolphin, Dago.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I
Hey.
just had a quick thing before my earbuds die on me. I just hopped out for lunch at work. And it's about Sergeant Flaker, and he had been forwarded information on the missing person, Sharon Archer, by Kaylee a couple of years earlier. I wonder after that what sleuthing around she may have done that may have uncovered something she wasn't supposed to know, because she also had her identification very creepily photographed by Rosendahl there, and Brett Payne was able to ID Kaylee and Maddie, so he must have had some sort of familiarity with them. And it could
Right.
have been the house calls or whatever, but it's just all a little too cute to be nothing there. I wonder what Kaylee knew about, and if that's something that Maddie knew about and also kind of spilled the beans on.
All right, and I'm kind of on that same part of that page with you as well, Dan. It's kind of a little too coincidental for me, is what I'm saying. And we wondered, like, how did you identify so quickly, unless you knew them personally? It's a little weird to me. I'll just be honest with you guys. I don't think, these officers run in a college campus. Let's think about this real quick. These officers run multiple noise control calls and variational calls on this campus. How do you remember these two specifically? Do you know what I mean? So I agree with that.
Well, if I was in the States and not in Canada, I would have no problem going to Idaho with a pad and paper and doing my own boots on the ground investigation as a civilian, as someone who wants to get down to the truth.
Right, and that's what Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime has been doing. Mr. Rory, he's been doing a hell of a job with it on the ground, going place to place, checking into all the info he can on this.
Because I mean, all we got are theories and variables, and I mean, we're not doing nothing doing this. I mean, yeah, we're getting word out, but I mean, I think boots on the ground is you know what I mean, is top notch.
Right. And that's another thing. Unravel Poet made a good point. That they took a picture of her ID in that one call. Sorry about the noise in the background, folks. It'll be short lived. And he took a picture of her ID. That seemed odd to me for that situation. Like, why would you do that? You know, maybe that's their protocol, but it just seemed off to me.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
Additionally, if the missing person is from Coeur d'Alene and she's from Coeur d'Alene area, why would she forward that info to the sergeant in Moscow PD?
You're a little bit muffled there, bud. Say that again.
The missing person was from Coeur d'Alene, which is near her hometown. Why did she send the information to the Moscow Police Department in the first place?
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. I don't know if that person was missing from there or what was the deal with that, because that
I
was kind of
thought that
off to me.
she and Jack saw her when they were coming out of like a Walmart or something, coming out of some store
In
or whatever.
Moscow,
Maybe that was in Moscow or
maybe she
Moscow, I
just
mean.
went to them to have them send the information to Coeur
Yeah,
d'Alene or something,
Chicantique
maybe.
said Moscow Walmart.
Okay, so then that would make sense that that's why she went there first rather than just contacting Coeur d'Alene, maybe thinking that's how they would do it. Which isn't, you know, I can understand thinking that way. I would think that if you know somebody's missing, you would contact the initial department running the case.
Actually, I have a question. You guys remember the burner phone search warrants?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of those? Do you have any idea who, like, any thoughts on who those might belong to?
Nope.
Anyone in chat thought about the
1 second,
burner phones? Mm-hmm. Devil Doll says yes. Yeah, I don't know. I saw a comment too about Dylan's father. That's the weird thing, though, too. You know, almost everybody in that house's parents have some sort of drug connection. It's
That's
like,
what made that's what made me think of it of the cartel drug connection.
mm-hmm. I
Because
mean,
as I'm on panel listening to you guys and watching chat, I'm also on my cell phone here looking at trying to re-educate myself on this Idaho cartel thing, and I'm seeing some. My mind wants to go to a connection, but it's all theories with me, and theories don't work for what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
it's
speculative.
well,
There's a lot of speculative theory in this that we try to basically what we do, but we try to base it on factual, you know,
right.
things we get out of documentation. It still doesn't really help in a whole lot of ways, sadly.
But theories do have a way of turning into facts too.
That's
So I
that's
mean,
true too, and it's happened quite a bit. That's basically why these think tanks go on, you know, and it's interesting in that way.
I'm just spitballing. You know what I mean?
Right, absolutely. Um, Crime Sleuthin, you haven't really said anything since you've been up here. Can you hear okay?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Oh,
listening and waiting my
okay.
turn. I'm not in a
Absolutely. Go
hurry.
ahead then. What did you have to say, my dear? I'm so
I've
sorry.
just been listening since you started, so
No worries.
great.
Welcome, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Well, what can we do for you today?
Oh, thank you. Great live, everybody. Hi.
Thank you.
hello.
Hey,
Welcome.
okay, so I can't get over the PCA and the path that they said he took.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. I did a little math with arrows and stuff and showing the path of his car according to the PCA.
Okay.
the white car.
Yeah.
I mean, I could share my screen and show you guys and tell me how this makes any sense if that was him coming from the entirely different direction. Why would he go past the house all the way clear across town and then come back?
We covered that at one point, but yeah, you can share that and we can re-show that, and we cannot figure that out ourselves. So yeah, if you'd like to, please do share it. I'll pull it up or pull it up and we will take a look at it.
Okay,
It's been me and CJ looked at that for quite a while one day, and we were both kind of like, why is this like this? Why, this doesn't look right at all.
Yeah. So there's 3 ways to get into there, as I'm sure you already know. Like down, this is Taylor. There's the house down there. If you go on the other side of the house, there's 3 ways to get into. He wouldn't have taken the airport route because there's a lot of cameras. He should have taken the middle route because that would have taken him directly to the university and within just a couple of blocks of the house.
Yeah, definitely.
That was the most direct route. Instead, he apparently came down here and took Sand Road or Palouse River Drive, same thing. That's why I underlined it here.
Right.
And then turned in here. He was seen westbound. So it would have been somewhere in here because this is the only westbound portion of Indian Hills Road, which probably is at the park.
Yep.
Like that one guy did a video on. Then 2 minutes later, he was caught on camera. It was either here or here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was on his way to the house.
So
why did he come this way? And then it dawned on me, I'd been verified a long, long time ago on a certain person who was at the grub truck. And guess where they live?
Indian Hills Road.
Let me see. It's right here is where somebody lives that's on the cake that inserted themselves. I'll just say that.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So I actually wonder if he was seen somewhere up in here, right? And then he turned up here and maybe picked somebody up.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he could have just come right down here.
Exactly.
There's so many roads up in there. But I just thought it was really interesting that it's so close. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's actually here. The crossing, there's apartments right here. There's that mobile station that they had that supposed photo of that we don't think is him. But it's these apartments right here. So he could have met them here or just come right here to pick them up. I don't know. It's just really weird that he chose this completely out of the way route that took him an extra 10, 15 minutes. So that's what I can't get past. The PCA stating if he was hell-bent on doing this and had planned it, right, he could have had his friend meet him over there.
Right.
He wouldn't come and risk being seen on more cameras.
And that's something that's important. And I appreciate you doing this too, because of the fact of that I need to bring it to everybody's attention once again, that we cannot let these things, go away in our minds. The man's education should have taught him all of these things. If this is really what he was doing, he premeditated this, all of this stuff would have been worked out in the beginning, in my opinion. Unless it was a random situation, which is very hard to believe that this was randomly done by a person like him. If he did this himself, I would think that this whole thing would have been completely worked out, premeditated, and set in action and set in motion with a design, as Eddie puts it. Okay.
Exactly.
It's so hard to believe looking at this scenario here, because then again, if you go from there, when he left, did you follow the route that he took when he left as well?
No, I haven't really. I mean, I read it, but I haven't mapped it out.
Right.
Which way did he go back?
It takes him out. I can't think of the exact names and everything.
Was it still Sand Road?
No, I don't believe so. It took him out of his way again.
Oh, actually, it was Palouse.
Palouse Road, yes.
Yeah, so it was the same. So that means that he took Sand Road back.
It's the same road. I keep forgetting, but yeah. That's and he was on his way home, quote unquote. He went out of his way again, and it's like, what's going on with that? Is there somebody else? That's why I believed if Brian's involved, that there's definitely somebody else, if not more people involved in it in that sense because of these things. And much
Yeah,
of it,
and like, why wouldn't he just pull up in there somewhere, turn off his lights, and just sit back in the car and watch like a PI would? Why would it? Why did he just keep circling and making himself more, conspicuous that way?
by all these multiple cameras and possible multiple people and all of that, it makes it almost as if you're like, here I am, catch me. You know what I mean? It doesn't
Right.
make any sense for somebody that has the education he has. And
For for somebody who slipped into that house and supposedly killed that many people in that short time and then got out of there
no trace of anything.
with no trace of anything, he
Yeah.
spent most of the time all around the neighborhood and all around the house, and then only 6-7 minutes inside the house.
All right.
That
And then
doesn't make any. It's driving me crazy.
it makes no sense at all. And then of course Jules had figured out the timeline again, and as she's figuring these things out, she's looking at it and said, well, he's on the road driving again in the time span that they're saying that he's in the house doing this still. How did that work out? There's a whole 5-minute difference and stuff too. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. None of
So-
what they're forcing down our throats makes any sense to me.
The
So there's-
timeline is
so-
just
so there
so
was-
tight.
So there
Right.
was no trace evidence of him being in the house.
None. Well, let me put it this way. There's zero DNA from the victims on anything he owns, including his vehicle, himself. Well, I can't say himself, but his, anything in his apartment, his vehicle, his parents' home, or his office. None. They have one little piece of trace DNA on the knife sheath that was coincidentally found underneath a victim at the crime scene, and that's all they have. That's it. Nothing more.
So they're running off of one little piece of evidence.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Detached DNA on the
That
scene.
sounds like that sounds like shady police work to me. Like open and shut. Let's get this wrapped up.
That's what I've been
I
saying.
think as well, a lot people need to realize a lot of his behavior is just that of it can be seen as weird and odd and suspicious, right? But
Yeah.
we've all seen the show Monk.
Oh, exactly.
He's exactly like Monk.
Yes, he is. Thank you
And
very much. I was trying to remember. I love that show, by the way.
I've
exactly
never
like
seen that
Monk.
show.
And my
my
husband has some characteristics as well. He's pretty dang OCD.
And I
know
do too.
people mention him cleaning his car.
Yes.
Mine does the same thing constantly. Like he's constantly cleaning his car, like he's committed
Yes.
a crime or something. And
If you
it's just
guys
with
were to
the-
go find it, look for the show Monk. Okay, and he's a private detective per se, so on and so
I
forth.
love that show.
He
I love it.
does a lot of the same things with gloving and being a germaphobe and this and that. And all. It's the same type scenario, guys, and it's not always that it that it's weird. We find it weird because we don't do those things. It just means that's who he is. That doesn't
Yeah,
make
but you know how many cases he has solved on that show?
Oh, I know. And again, what is Brian going to school for, or was he going to school for? Okay, 10 years he put in for this. That doesn't make sense to me either. You spend and throw away 10 years of your life to unalive 4 people for what? That's the
Yeah,
dumbest.
but on the other hand, sorry not to interrupt you, but on the other hand, look at the guy who shot up the bank in, was it Tennessee? Like, I don't know, several months ago. This guy was in his 20s, looked like he had it all together, good looking
Oh
guy
yeah,
and everything.
yeah,
Remember?
yeah.
And he went into the bank and they were having a meeting at like 8 something in the morning. Guy had everything going with him on
Yes.
paper,
Yep.
and people were like, wait, why would he do this? It doesn't make
Right.
sense.
I remember.
Sometimes this, that kind of thing just happens.
You're right, and thank you for being devil's advocate because we have to look at it that way, guys. Sometimes things don't make sense, but they just happen. He could be doing it just to see if he can do it. He could be challenging himself based on his education. That's something I've looked at as well.
Well, I have a theory.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a theory I want to put out there and see what you think because I like the way you think. I love the way CJ thinks. I see him in chat. I would love to know if this would be plausible or not because I do think that he's somehow involved, but I don't think he actually did it.
I
So
agree.
what if he played teacher in a sick game? You know how he sent out all those surveys. asking people to respond, criminals, with how did you choose your victim? What did you do? How did it feel? What did you take with you? All those weird questions, right?
Right. It went right
What if
along
he
with
met some like-minded psychos?
Yep.
And they hatched a plan where the other people would go in and commit the crime, and then he would go in and grade it or see what they'd done or whatever. And that was somehow their plan. And he provided the knife, thinking that it was clean.
Right.
Quite clean enough.
That
would explain how short of a time that he was in that home. I personally think the murders took a lot longer, but whatever.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that too. And I can actually agree with that. Something that I kind of thought about for like 30 seconds. And I'm like, what if he did this, that, and like you just said, and then I just kind of, something happened or something, and I moved along from it. I never put a whole lot of time into that, but that is a great theory. It very well is a great theory.
You like that theory? Cool. I'm happy to hear that you like that.
I do.
I think it's actually very plausible, and it explains a lot, because I was like, okay, so these people think he's totally guilty and he was there and he did it, blah, blah, blah. And then the other side is the pendulum is no, he's completely innocent, he's a patsy. And then there's a lot of us right in the middle. We're like,
right. That we're just kind of like, I don't want.
There's something there, but we can't put our finger on it because Occam's razor is just not applying for some reason, and that could be because we're all right.
Yeah, very much so.
So that's what I wanted to get up here and say, and I'm going to get that down.
All right, I appreciate it. I appreciate your input, the map, all that. That's awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. You guys have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, great stuff today, guys. You guys are awesome.
There are so many variables and coincidences. I don't know, man.
Very much so. I agree with you, buddy. I do. I absolutely do.
And there's so many holes too within the law enforcement community investigating this. Like, they're running off of one little piece of chase evidence. They got the witnesses from earlier, what you guys said, aren't talking. God, they go, if I ever get in trouble, man, I want you on my case. Shit.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Very much so. I put a lot of time into this, and something I actually always wanted to do when I was younger. It just, life didn't work out that way, so I ended up being a firefighter instead. And it is what it is. So, but I've always looked at things this way. I've always looked at things on both sides of the page, trying to work through it that way. It says, I've had conversations with quite a few people in here about why I like doing this and why I do it. There's, it's an interesting theory, detective work in itself to me, and I've always loved it.
I've always loved unsolved like murders and unsolved murders and all that stuff too. But I mean,
yes.
I mean, I can only go down that rabbit hole so far before my brain explodes. And
I get it. Believe me, I go through the same stuff. I lose sleep. I overdo myself. I overrun everything. I reach sometimes. It is part of what we do. It is, and you got to take breaks from it. Absolutely, no worries. Thank you for that, Devil Doll. You got to take breaks from it, or you will implode, in my opinion. And stretch yourself out. It's not worth that. We're trying to help people, not hurt ourselves. We got to remember that. That's the important part of it. So I don't know, but this has been a great show, guys. I appreciate everybody's input, your opinions and theories, and you're very informative, and everybody has great stuff to talk about. It's been amazing, and I love it. That's why I love doing these for you guys. That way you guys get to voice your opinions and how you feel about things, and makes a lot of sense in a lot of senses with what we're talking about, and I love it. I definitely think it's helpful. Why does 2 + 5 = 10? It doesn't unless you make stuff up. Thank you, Booney. I love it. But I think, guys, we've been running here about 3.5 hours or close to. No, actually closer to 4 hours. So I think it's about time to bring it down for the day. I have not, Tracy, not yet. That's probably something I was actually kind of curious to look into that, and I was thinking about doing that. For the midday scenario. What's up, Red? Good to see you. and thanks for being here. So yeah, we may be looking into that tomorrow. I'm kind of curious about the whole Tolleson situation for those of you that aren't familiar. Oh my God, Annie, I thought you were up. I brought you up, hon. You never said anything. Come on up here real quick. Come on up here real quick, if you would. I still got a little bit of time. Come on, hit that link and jump back in here, Annie. I always love to hear what you have to say. I thought you never said anything. I thought I brought you up and you had never said anything. Hang on, guys. Don't go nowhere yet. I have to hear what Annie had to say because I love listening to her. Speculation. That's right, Karen. We do a lot of that stuff, but we try to do it fact-based. So
I don't like the word speculation. I like the word theory because at least theory, I mean, there's some theory can turn into fact.
Oh, that there very much can. Tolleson is an Idaho State police officer that has been brought into question due to a previous case that he worked. Is what Sleuthy Goosey had brought a video out about him. It's very, very interesting if you haven't checked it out yet. Anywhere you at, hon? Come on down.
Dago, while we're waiting for Annie, is it okay if I ask a quick question?
You have every... Yes, sir. Please do.
Thank you. It kind of adds on to what Derek said moments ago. He said, that these witnesses aren't talking. So my question would be, we're talking about Hunter Johnson recently,
right,
with the whole door being shut because Ethan's body was up against it.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, so I would have to believe that everyone who was questioned was given the guidance by law enforcement to not say anything to anybody.
Oh yeah, I can agree with that.
That has to be true. So if it is true that he said this to Steve or Christy, if Hunter Johnson said that to Steve or Christy, it would be really suspicious to me if he was telling the truth. He might have been allowed to lie, but not tell the truth.
Right. Wait, say that again one more time.
So
if after being questioned, Eddie.
I'm sorry, what's that, Annie?
Go ahead, Annie.
No, I was just saying I didn't get to hear what Eddie said. I would like to hear what he was saying too.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Eddie. If you could repeat that again.
Yes. So after being questioned, these witnesses would probably, more than likely, be given the guidance by law enforcement to keep their mouths quiet. They are not allowed to say anything to anybody,
right,
under no circumstances. So if that is true, and then it is also true that Steve, and I say Steve because I did catch in the Drunk Turkey show that, okay, so Daniel is telling us what Christy said, Steve said, was told to him by Hunter Johnson. So that's 4 layers of hearsay right there. But
yes.
If it is true that Hunter Johnson told Steve what he said about Ethan's body blocking the door, I would have to guess that would be a lie.
Yeah.
Just using that logic, what purpose would Hunter have to tell Steve the truth if he's been given the guidance to never say a word?
Right. I mean, out of respect, I could see him doing it based on that. But at the same time, if you're told by a higher authority to keep your mouth shut or you could be in some kind of trouble, I can see people doing that. I can agree with that.
Lastly, and then I'll let Annie say her piece, but, and I'm not trying to be unfair to anybody, but do the Gonsalves have... do they have more of a reason to be biased in this case, especially biased against Brian Kohlberger, than you or I? I mean, they have skin in the game.
That's a good question, actually, and I know what you're saying. I know you're not being disrespectful at all.
Right. they would.
You know, I feel like after listening to what Steve has had to say, and I go with mostly what Steve says. I feel like he's, you know, I respect Olivia and Christy and all the families for that matter, but I think Steve has more of a claw into this per se. Okay, I think he's dug in more, and he's got more of a how can I say, like maybe like more of an open mind per se to certain things, and I think that he wants to know like facts. You know, I think he does want. I don't think these are the people that will just accept anybody for some form of closure. I think they want the truth too. You know, let alone having the closure of having a suspect in custody and being prosecuted. So I think that they would be open to anything that is true. Okay, if that's answering the way you're asking me.
Yeah, and it's just a rhetorical question, but
Right.
yeah, they would. If something happened to one of your loved ones, you would certainly be. If you're talking to law enforcement, you would be swayed easily to be biased.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you would have this rage, and
Yes.
so I just wanted to, kind of, I guess, ask that rhetorical question because, if we're getting hearsay from Christy Gonzalez, it doesn't necessarily mean because she's close to the case that it's a truth.
Well, yeah, I can see what you're saying. I can. I
So
definitely can. I know what you're going at with that, buddy, and I can respect that. I can, and I know that you mean that with no disrespect
no
whatsoever.
disrespect, right?
No worries, buddy.
Okay.
Much appreciated, Eddie. Thank you again for everything you put in today. I appreciate you so very much.
And thank you again too.
Absolutely, buddy. And Miss Annie,
Wait,
welcome.
don't leave. Hi, don't leave, Eddie. No, Eddie.
Eddie, he can still hear you. I think. Where he took off already, but we can't
Yeah,
hear
he
you.
just left.
You're very muffled.
Oh, bummer. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm always muffled. I'm in my car, so I can't really take my earbud out. I'm sorry. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Eddie said he's coming back. He's coming back, Annie. Hold on.
Oh, good, because I want Eddie's opinion or thoughts on what I'm going to say anyway. So I'll wait for Eddie because I love Eddie.
No worries. Yes.
Oh, Eddie is one maiden nut?
Yeah, that's him.
Cool.
Yeah, Eddie's a good
I love
guy.
Eddie. I love Eddie. He's got such a critically thinking brain, and I love it.
Same here. Same here.
Yeah, Eddie sounds pretty cool in my books. I like hearing him.
Yeah, he puts a lot of his mind to work on this, and he puts in the time, guys. He really does. I have a lot of respect for him and his theories.
Eddie sounds a lot like me. I'm an overthinker. That's what I do.
Right, and that's
Well, I've missed you, Dago. I haven't spoken to you in what feels like a couple weeks.
it's been a while. We've missed you, my dear. We have definitely missed listening to you. Thank you for jumping up here today.
Oh yeah, no, thanks for having me up. I kind of wanted to. I'm probably going to go totally off of whatever you guys were talking about because I caught your live really late. I think you were already like 2 hours in when I got here.
Okay, no problem. Don't worry.
But I kind of wanted to bring something up that I'm not sure if people know about, or maybe they do and they forgot.
Okay.
So, I'm kind of like a weirdo document nerd, right? And I like looking at documents. So,
right.
I was going back over some of the warrants, and I don't know if anybody recalls it, but at one point, so there's two that are very interesting to me. One is a warrant for the Coeur d'Alene Forensic Lab.
Yes.
From Moscow Police Department. That was one. And then there is another that has to do with Kaylee's laptop that was given to a Post Falls detective.
Okay.
Who was able to extract the data off of the laptop. So when you go and look at the warrants, there was the warrant for Extreme Network.
Yes.
For Kaylee's laptop. That warrant was actually not. That warrant was finally returned, and the information was given to a Post Falls detective, which I found to be very interesting.
Where was it from?
To be honest, So it was given the data that was retrieved off of her laptop was given to a Post Falls detective um, by Extreme Network.
Is
Post
Post
Falls?
Falls near Coeur d'Alene?
Correct. Post
Okay.
Falls. Yeah, where Xana and her sister lived and graduated high school from.
And
Okay.
Extreme Networks is where she got the job at, correct?
Allegedly, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's. I just wanted to clarify that for everybody that Extreme Networks is the job that Kaylee had gotten. She was leaving for that was in Texas. So thank you. Go ahead, Annie.
So, I just kind of wanted to maybe revisit that in everybody's brain, just to kind of maybe that will help steer focus into what we should be really paying attention to, right? So I think it's very pertinent that for whatever reason, the information that was on her laptop was not returned to Idaho State Police. It was not returned to Moscow Police. It was returned to a Post Falls digital forensics investigator detective.
Right.
So I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts on that as to, you know, I find it odd that that's where the information would be returned to. I also find it odd that Moscow Police Department is issuing warrants for the Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab.
Yeah.
And whatever it is they're trying to get from that lab is redacted. We don't know, but I can't imagine what would be in Coeur d'Alene that's evidence. Do you understand that they would be?
Oh
What
yeah.
evidence would have been left in a Coeur d'Alene forensics lab when this happened in Moscow, almost 2 hours away?
Yeah. No, that's definitely interesting. And there's something I put in the private chat for you to look at real quick. And I don't know if you knew it, but it leads to what you just said, and it's something that makes me curious. I'll just put it that way about that.
Mm-hmm.
But her
Right.
laptop was at her parents' house, though,
But
right?
so even that is confusing. Well, we don't know where her laptop was. What
Well,
we do know is that even if her laptop was with her parents in Coeur d'Alene, it does not make sense that the information would be going back to a Post Falls detective.
Right. No. Unless there was something that linked that to that person. If there was something going on in that jurisdiction, I would think. I mean, am I wrong?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It appears to be that for the information on the laptop, the Post Falls police had to get involved and a detective was assigned, as
Do you
well as,
so I'm not
sorry, go ahead.
familiar with those areas, though. So do you think Coeur d'Alene just didn't have the resources? Maybe?
They're
Well,
pretty
Are
no,
big.
because
these close?
Coeur d'Alene actually has their own. So,
They're pretty big. Yeah, they have quite a bit of a. I don't know. That would be hard to say. Do you happen to know the detective's name in Post Falls by chance, or no?
his name is probably on the document, but it escapes me right now. I'm not in front of it.
Okay, I will go do
Right.
that.
But
I do.
here's the thing,
I
wasn't she moving out? Or hadn't she pretty much moved out?
Yeah, she was moving. She was pretty much back home.
She
She
was
was getting,
back home.
yeah, she was getting. She had a couple things I think still at the house, and was asked to come back here, and she kind of, you know how that story goes,
Mm-hmm.
which is still a little curious to me as well. But and then she was going backpacking, and then she was going to be starting her job in Texas at uh that. Oh my God, I just forgot it. What's it called again, Annie?
Extreme
Or
extreme.
networks.
thank you, or Dolphin. Yeah, that's right. Extreme Network. I don't know why I can't remember that, but yeah.
Well, see,
And
I guess here's the thing that bothers me about it, right? Because if if she actually did get the job with Extreme Networks,
yeah,
right? Even if she left her laptop at her parents, I would
right.
imagine her parents would have immediately turned that laptop over
Yeah,
to Idaho State Police and FBI, who were so quickly involved in the case like day one.
right. Which was odd too.
So it appears to me that the laptop, nobody knows where it was, which is why they had to request the data on that specific laptop from the company itself.
Yes.
If you have that laptop in your possession, you're not going to need extreme networks to get the data for you.
But
No.
this was their work laptop.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why.
So,
Okay. Right.
so the thing that I guess my brain is having a hard time connecting the pieces on is if they were in possession of her laptop, they wouldn't need to request the information from Extreme Networks in the first place. There wouldn't need a warrant, I guess
Right.
is the point I'm getting at. You're not going to need a warrant.
You shouldn't.
And
Right.
even if you have the laptop, or say you don't, and you're requesting this data, it doesn't make sense that it would be going back to a Post Falls detective when Post Falls, as far as we know, has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, it should not. It should have automatically gone right back to Moscow, Indiana State, whatever. But it bypassed and went to Post Falls, which says to me that there's something in Post Falls that's linked to this as well.
Right.
Maybe they just sent someone from Post Falls just for a chain of custody. It's like, hey, the laptop is in, like 5 hours away or however far away her parents' house is. You know, let's
Would
get
you?
the local police to grab it really quick.
Would you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
her parents are from Coeur d'Alene, so they
Hmm.
wouldn't be asking a Post Falls police department to get involved with her laptop.
how close is Post
Somebody,
Falls to any of this?
yeah, somebody in chat said they're basically the same thing.
Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls.
That's what somebody in chat just
They're
said.
not. They're not the same thing. They're two totally separate towns. They have two totally separate police departments, and Coeur d'Alene has the better forensics lab.
Okay. Well, maybe we need to.
Let
Maybe
me
I
see
need
if I
to.
can find the warrant.
So,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be argumentative about it.
No,
What I'm
No,
saying
no,
is
you're
that
not. Yeah. Hmm.
Moscow Police Department is the one requesting the data. When the
Mm-hmm.
data is finally returned months later, it is forwarded to a Post Falls detective. It is not Moscow takes hands off,
Got you. Which is
and it's
that
all
is weird.
forwarded to Post Falls.
Is there any possibility that the Post Falls detective had some link to the FBI? Maybe as a maybe
Well,
like a. I'm trying to think of I can't think of the right word to put in there.
well, that's originally what I thought. I thought, okay, well, maybe this forensic detective, this digital forensic detective, right, is maybe he's the one between Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene with the most experience, or right.
Right.
So
Right.
that's initially what I thought. But then you know me, I went and did a little digging into the Coeur d'Alene forensics, digital forensics, aspect of
Yeah.
their lab. And I'm like, well, no, they definitely would be the better option.
Okay.
So it's very confusing to me as to why it was sent there
Yeah.
anyway. And I'm also very intrigued as to why, or I should say, what evidence would be in the Coeur d'Alene forensics laboratory that Moscow Police Department would be issuing a warrant for.
That's
Well,
a
I
good
haven't
point.
found the Coeur d'Alene thing, but I opened up the search warrant for Extreme Networks, and they're saying that the warrant was served on December 12th, and on December 14th, they received an email from a detective in Post Falls stating that he received the data to unlock the laptop, and then that he also completed a forensic download of the data on the laptop. So this particular warrant was
Is
with
he a
Extreme
specialist?
Networks to get, because the
Okay.
laptop was encrypted.
Is he maybe a
Right.
specialist that they had to use? They only could. I mean, I know this sounds ridiculous, but maybe he's just one of the only people that could do something like that. Does that make sense or no?
I
Well,
mean,
I
it
guess the
makes
way that I
sense,
look
but
at it
yeah.
is, so when we watched them do the search warrant on Brian's apartment, right? The person that was with them is Detective Mao. Wasn't with them, but Blaker makes a comment after they find the fancy laptop about how, oh, Maori is going to be all over that. Well, Detective Mowry is the Moscow Police Department digital forensics detective. He's the one who got Brian's laptop.
Right.
Okay. So,
which he had no problems with. So why would they have? Okay, I got
correct.
it.
Yeah, he's mentioned
That's
in
what I'm
this
saying.
Extreme Networks warrant also.
Okay.
Right. So, so for whatever reason, this detective in Post Falls was the one who was given the go ahead to go ahead and extract whatever he could off of this laptop of Kaylee's, which I found to be very interesting just because at that point you have, and even the date of the warrant, not the warrant wasn't even issued until sometime in December, mid-December, almost a month later, which was strange to me, simply because at that point, within that month, you already know that one of your victims clearly has a missing. There's something going on with this person's laptop, right? That for whatever reason, nobody can get into or whatever. So I always thought it was strange how some of these warrants, the dates that they were placed, you know. But the one for the Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab is really, it sticks out to me. And it's somewhere in that little batch where all of the warrants for like the TikTok, the Extreme Networks, there's one that specifically states Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab.
Okay, I see one that says Moscow's forensics lab. I haven't found that one yet. Hold on, let me do a find.
Okay.
So they did all this. So they did all this DNA stuff, or I should say, the very minute trace of DNA they have in a small town forensics labs uh, instead of mailing it over to Quantico to the FBI headquarters.
Right. Right. Well, it makes me
I
wonder
found
now.
it.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Um, and it
You would,
wasn't until the end of February that they were talking
Right,
about Coeur
right,
d'Alene. So what she's saying is the Post Falls was the middle of December. It was like December 12th, but this says February 28th for Coeur d'Alene.
right. Yeah, this was in this year, right before the Brady Giglio. So a month before the Brady Giglio material was disclosed, this warrant was issued for the Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab.
You think it might have had anything to do with the Brady Giglio thing?
I mean, at this point, anything's possible, right? I just found it very interesting that all of a
Well,
sudden, right, all of a sudden, towards the end of February, they're issuing warrants for the Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab. And then within a month of that, we're getting Brady disclosures and then
yeah.
the Bethany subpoena, right? It all kind of seemed to boom, boom, boom.
Right. Well, if nothing else, I have to say thank you because you have given me my homework for the rest of the week because I'll be looking into post quals now. That's just what I'm going to be doing because that's kind of interesting. And I am curious now because I've never even heard of that until now. I don't know why I didn't see that. Maybe because I didn't look that close. That is quite interesting, though. It makes me wonder.
Yeah, I thought it was very odd. And I
It,
noticed, not a lot of people have talked about it. I've seen a couple of other channels, like when they go over the documents and stuff, it's been mentioned. And I feel
yeah,
like that's something that maybe people should look at more because when you actually, go in chronological order, right,
Mm-hmm.
by
yeah,
date
yeah,
of the warrants and then when they were returned, um, what was returned, things like that, the bank warrants, it all kind of paints a different picture than obviously what we've been told,
right.
you know. And I'm not throwing shade at victims and I'm not throwing shade at
Yeah,
families, but like there's a lot of hard questions that people have with the limited what we do know from the documents, right?
yeah, oh, yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of hard questions that are going to be raised and I feel like we should still be able to ask them whether people are offended by them or not, simply because if this is really about true justice, right,
Mhm.
then
Yes,
we as the people have a right to question every single thing we're being told or shown that does not make sense.
right.
This is interesting. So the Coeur d'Alene, it doesn't say in that search warrant what it is. It's just an order to
Right.
seal the search
Yeah, it's
warrants and
redacted.
related documents.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a redacted warrant, so we have no idea what they're requesting. But I find it very interesting that there is some kind of evidence at the Coeur d'Alene Forensics Lab that
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden at the end of February, they're saying we need it.
Right. Hmm.
It
And as
could
far
be
as
her
we know,
belongings
Brian
at the
has zero
house.
ties to Coeur d'Alene, correct?
Right, but her things were probably at Coeur d'Alene, at her parents' house.
Yeah, I would think that.
Think like
Well, no, I
she
totally
moved like a
understand that,
desktop
but
computer and
this didn't come until the end of February. So
mm-hmm.
it's not like they were trying to gather evidence within a month or two of the crime occurring. This came months later.
Okay.
So any evidence that would have been at her parents' house would have surely been gathered and collected way prior to February.
Right. Right. Hmm. I don't know
Do you
what to
get what
think
I'm
of that.
saying?
I do. I do. I understand completely. I just don't know. I'm trying to put in my head what would make sense with this. What would make this make sense as to why they did this,
Yeah.
if you know what I'm saying.
Because I thought about that too. I'm like, oh shit. Well, maybe there was like a piece of evidence at the parents' house. And then I'm like, no, because that would have surely been collected long before February.
Yeah, definitely. You would think.
And there was one other thing I wanted to mention to you guys too, and then maybe this is something y'all can drum around on in your brains for the next few days.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
the real life ministries and the Project Hope people that keep going to the Latah County Jail trying to minister to Brian in jail are
Right.
the same people whose pastor spoke for Bethany and Dylan at the memorial service.
Oh. Okay. So these people are related to the Christ Church, right?
No, it's totally separate.
Oh, completely. Okay, I thought that's who was going to the jail to see him, but okay, I'm sorry.
No, and I think that's what a lot of people got confused. They just automatically assumed Christ Church, and Christ Church is totally separate from Real Life Ministries.
Real life
So,
ministry.
Real Life Ministries on the Palouse, right? They have locations all
Yeah.
over the place: Moscow, Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls. One of their locations happens to be on Blaine Street, which I found interesting because Blaine Street takes you actually into Blaine, which supposedly was Brian's route out
Uh-huh.
after the crime scene.
Yeah.
But I find it more interesting that the pastor who spoke for Dylan and Bethany at the memorial is sending his people into the jail, having them attempt to minister to Brian.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know if you remember that, but like Ashley Banfield did this whole like segment on it about the Project Hope people that go into the jail to minister to
That's
the
right, and
inmates.
he does attend the services on Sunday.
Right.
I do
Yeah,
remember that.
and Project Hope is basically like an offshoot. They're related to the Real Life Ministries on the Palouse, and I'm not gonna dox people's names. You know that it's not my style. But
Right.
anybody who does their research into Project Hope and Real Life Ministries, when you find out who operate it and own it, and you look at the names, it's gonna blow your mind. Because we have an Alpha Phi sorority sister and a Pi Phi sorority sister whose families own those.
Wow. Do you have anything documented or anything written, like put together with that, Annie, at all?
Oh yeah, I have everything.
With the names and stuff on it?
100.
Could you maybe email me something to look at?
Oh, you know it, my friend. As soon as I get home, I'll send you everything I got.
All right, darling. I appreciate that so very much because I'm very curious at that too. But you just want me to do all sorts of homework tonight. I'm gonna be looking at post balls and that. So thank you for that.
You and me both, Daco. I'm doing a video tomorrow, so I got to stay up all night do some research.
Well,
I'll
there
give
you
you I'll give you a hint. So one of the people whose family is tied to that specific church was at the grub truck that night.
go. Okay.
So that's my little hint. It's a female and she was at the grub truck.
Gotcha. Okay. All
But I'll
right.
send you everything. And I promise you, there's probably already lots of people in your chat. I can't see the chat, but I'm sure that there are plenty of them who know exactly who I'm talking about. I'll also give you another hint.
Okay.
The 3:30 a.m. Venmo transaction. That's another hint.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Got
And
you. Thank
the sixth roommate that never moved in. That's another hint.
Yep. I know who you're talking about. There we go. Wait.
So, I found it. I looked into this a few months back, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And I kept it to myself. I didn't really want to say anything. And then when Banfield did that segment on how they're going into the jail to attempt to minister to Brian, I
Right.
was like, huh, interesting. And I always kind of kept that just in my little file folder in my brain. And it really, I'm not going to lie to you, it irks me. It irks me to know that there are people out there who know damn well that they were there that night, okay? That they
Yeah.
were around these victims that night, and they
Right.
know damn well that their family is attempting to go into that jail. In my opinion, you're attempting to intimidate. I don't
Yes.
think you're there to I don't think you're there to minister, and you shouldn't be speaking to him at all.
Right. That shouldn't be allowed at all either. Um, that's a problem to me.
I find it to be an intimidation tactic, personally, but that's
I've
just
got a
my opinion.
question. Annie, do you know if these ministries are able to, I don't know, in the local jail, do they have a commissary account or whatever? Are they able to, contribute money to a commissary account or
Oh,
something
I'm
like that
sure
for
they.
him?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't doubt it. They
Hmm.
work. They work like hand in hand with the jail.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they were able to obtain. This was probably. I'm trying to think because I'm not looking at my documents. Obviously, I want to say it was in 2020 or 2021. It may have been during COVID. Now that I think of it, where they were able to obtain. Was like close to $7 million that they used to purchase the shopping plaza on Blaine Street, and that is where they put one of their locations, along with a daycare for the church. Right, so
Right.
they run some kind of daycare operation out of there at the plaza right next to the church. And all I'm thinking is like, where the hell did they get $7 million to purchase the shopping plaza and like refurbish it? And that was the whole I guess it was like a deserted kind of shopping plaza, so they bought it out and made it nicer and whatever. um
And
I
the
don't know, there's just so many oddities in this case, and I feel like it's insulting to people's intelligence when you try to tell us that this was like a single incel killer who was just jealous of some waitresses who make TikTok videos,
Yeah.
right? I
Right.
find that to be, and I'm not trying to knock the girls. Obviously, these girls were smart. They're beautiful. We all know that. Okay. Their lives were stolen. We all know that. But for someone to claim that he was just jealous of them, to
Right.
me is a stretch. Okay. We're talking about someone with a master's, working on a PhD, well on his way to making a six-figure salary every single year. Okay.
I don't
I
believe
can't
that.
imagine what he'd be jealous of
Yeah, and I
in
don't
that
think
aspect.
that I don't think that comment was. I don't think that comment was clipped correctly into that segment, in my opinion.
Hmm.
If you're
Yeah.
asking me, I think that was maybe another. You know how these media shows like to make you see what they want you to see, not what's actually being said, and kind of
Right.
move. their stuff alone. I think that was clipped in that way because that took me completely offhanded to come from him that way, and I was just kind of
Mm-hmm.
like, wait a minute, that's not the way he talks. But at least not in that aspect. That comment could have been meant for something altogether different, and that's how I feel it was. But yeah,
Yeah. Plus,
I
I'm sorry. Plus,
you're fine.
Steve speaks from emotion a lot
That's it.
too.
Yeah,
And, that's what I was saying. Everybody, like a while ago, everybody was talking about the fact that he said, oh, 6 hours later, Ellie
yeah,
shows up at our door or whatever, whatever. And then it's like, oh, no, it wasn't. And that didn't make sense. And, oh, football would have been on at this time or whatever. And it's like, the man is speaking from emotion,
yeah, yeah.
and you
Very
can't
much
take
so.
everything that he says,
Correct.
literally.
Correct.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that
Well,
whole
that's
line
it.
about jealousy, he just, he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to
Well,
say
I
or how
also
to
think
explain
too.
it.
I think too in the beginning he was trying to, drop hints, I guess you could say, with the way that
Mhm.
he was speaking
Mhm.
in the beginning. I always kind of picked up on that he was trying to tell us without telling us, right?
You're
Right.
right.
Um, but then something happened, and I don't
You
know what
notice the way he
happened, but
changed how he was talking
it's almost,
and
yeah,
answering
like a
questions.
flip, like
Mhm.
a total 180
Yeah,
happened,
completely. I
and I
agree.
found it, and it is what it is. Like, I'm entitled to my opinion. People are probably going to hate on me and think I'm trying to like bash these people. It's nothing like that. I don't operate on the emotional aspect. You got to compartmentalize that, and then sometimes that means you're going to have some really hard questions that people aren't going to like, you know,
Right.
and that's okay. I'm okay with being the jerk that asks the hard questions, but I feel like they need to be asked. We're
Right.
we're far,
Agree.
we're far along. I feel like we're far along enough now that it's okay to ask some hard questions, and if it upsets people, you know, I
Yeah.
can't I can't be held responsible for what emotionally triggers someone else. Like, I'm not going to police my speech or the questions that I ask. You know,
Right.
I'm not a bush beater or a sugar coater, I guess you could say.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Nope. I mean,
So,
hard questions get hard questions. In my opinion, gets down to the hard truth of it all.
right.
Yeah. Right.
And
Who am I?
I feel like we're looking at a scenario right now where not only does it appear that the local law enforcement assisted in what I consider to be a frame job, but it
Yeah.
also appears that officers from other agencies are assisting as well and assisted.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, even if you look at the probable cause affidavit for the arrest warrant, we have multiple pieces of evidence that were used in that probable cause affidavit to secure an arrest warrant that now the state, months later, 7 months later, still hasn't produced, doesn't want to produce, or doesn't even want to use at trial.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
So if we look at it from the sense of just strictly defense angle, there's some angles that they have here to work with, right? If you can get your entire arrest warrant tossed because the evidence that you claimed in your PCA you had to secure the arrest was actually non-existent and you still can't produce it, you can get the entire arrest warrant tossed on something like that, and anything subsequent that came later
Oh
also
yeah.
Right.
goes with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's what's going on with that. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
It's really upsetting to think that if he did do it, which I don't think he did, and you know that, I have no problem saying it. I truly do not believe he had anything to do with actually the crime that was committed,
Right.
um, to be honest with you. And, the whole like no connection to the victims. Well, that doesn't say anything about no connection to the survivors. Okay.
Right.
And his defense has made it very clear that Bethany is the exculpatory evidence. She is the exculpatory witness, and she bounced and she's refusing to cooperate. So all of the people screaming about his alibi, where's his alibi? it's going to be pretty difficult to secure an alibi if the person that you were with has fled and refuses to cooperate and is being protected to boot.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
well, it's not out of the realm of norm where big agencies will conspire with local agencies to cover something up.
Right.
I mean, and
well,
when you
that's kind of what I mean. I get people all the time who are like, "Oh, give me a break. You actually think like the FBI and all these agencies are involved?" And I'm like, "Dude, the FBI ran cover for Jeffrey Epstein for 3 decades."
And when you and Annie, when you said the church, now we're talking about an even bigger conspiracy than just local and federal law enforcement agencies.
Right. Well, and that's the crazy thing, because I'm not even trying to present a conspiracy about the church. I just know for it to be a fact that these people's churches, these people's ministries are attempting to contact the alleged killer in jail.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
So we know that to be a fact. It's definitely not a conspiracy that these people are trying to contact Brian in jail and speak to him.
Right. Okay. Got you. No worries, Lana. Lana's saying that nothing that Rolo's saying came from her live broadcast. And so she wants everybody to know that. Thank you for the super chat for War Eagle and Lana. I appreciate that very much.
I love you, Lana.
I just thought of something as I was just listening to Annie.
Thank you, War Eagle. What's that, buddy?
They could be covering for the real person.
Oh, 100.
I mean, otherwise, why would they be visiting this guy in jail, telling him what to say, if they're not covering for somebody?
Yeah, right.
Sorry, I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
Well, no, and it's something. Here's another thing too, and I kind of have ADD, so my thoughts are a little bit scattered. Sorry, but here, another thing that really sticks out to me about this, right, is when they executed the search warrant on Brian's apartment, right? Blaker was like so excited about that fancy laptop. Okay. So we know that they executed the search warrant. I believe it was on December 29th, right, at his apartment, or was it December 30th?
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, the 30th was the day that they arrested him in Pennsylvania. I don't think it was the same day they arrested him.
That's what I mean. The time
think
difference
it might have been
made
before.
it. Well, they served the search warrant on his apartment at the same time that they were executing the arrest warrant in PA. But so on paper, it looks like 12:29 for his apartment and 12:30 for PA.
Oh,
right?
They did his in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
The apartment?
But because of the time difference, it was one time West Coast, one time East Coast, but they're like the same time that they're occurring.
I get that, but I thought that the body cam footage, it was daylight outside for the apartment.
Misty Joe, honey, that is, they have 3 other male DNA profiles. Besides that, that's the only DNA they've stated as to having. That they would have to put it out there if they had it. That's it.
Well, so where I was going with this was when they executed the search warrant at his apartment, Blaker was very excited about the fancy laptop that was strategically placed on the counter left behind by Brian. My daughter has a very fancy laptop for school for what she does. And she is not leaving for her multi-$1,000 laptop anywhere for anybody to find. Okay.
Same ditto.
Right. So that's number one, right? I don't believe for a single second that laptop, I believe he left that laptop intentionally. Okay. That's number one. Number two, it was on the 7th, I believe, of January when Richard Batanti returned to the apartment with Ann Taylor, and Richard Batanti took Brian's smart TV that was left behind by law enforcement into custody.
Now, understand what a smart TV can do as well, you guys, while she's explaining this. Go ahead.
So
I'm on
my
the same
theory
page.
is, well, here's my theory on it, right? Now, Brian being incredibly intelligent, what we know of,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Here's my theory. So if you know perhaps you are about to be framed, okay, or implicated in a crime you didn't commit,
Yep.
you've already been there at that point for going on 6 months. You've probably maybe come into some information you shouldn't have, or know some things you shouldn't know about the local departments in that area. And you are gonna, here's my thing. I believe the laptop was distractionary on his part.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why they skipped over the TV. And they never even, ISP never even took the smart TV in as evidence. They took the laptop because the laptop was like gold mine for them,
Right.
right?
And they would never think to put the TV and to worry about the TV.
Right. And I've often wondered if what he did was he left that TV connected to the free student Wi-Fi with a little thumb drive in the back of it, recording everything.
Yep.
Just
They did
my
grab a
hunch.
fire stick from his apartment,
Right.
didn't they? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
They grabbed the fire stick, but they left the TV. And then like 7 days later, 8 days later, his defense team went back and collected the smart TV. And the only thing I thought of was, what evidentiary value would a smart TV have that Richard Batanti would be so interested in?
Right. There's a lot.
Right?
I'm on the same page with you, Annie. I've been thinking about, we've been talking about this in the background for a little while now. So yeah, it's quite interesting knowing his thought process. I'm telling you, and he talks to Annie and the team, and says, "Hey, you need to go do this and this." Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Absolutely.
Well,
I'm
I'm
right there.
wondering, there's a part of me that was wondering if his defense team was like, yeah, go ahead, go search it, right? And obviously, once they're done and ISP has confirmed they no longer need to, they're done with their search, they don't need to go back into the apartment. His defense team is thinking, hell yeah, those idiots didn't even grab the TV.
That's right.
I'm sorry, I got up for a second there too. What did you think was on the TV?
My theory is that he left the television connected to the free student Wi-Fi and had a thumb drive in the back recording everything that they did in his apartment.
That's possible, yeah. But there was also the fire stick thing. I think that may have a lot more involved in that. But yeah, that's a good point too. The thumb drive thing.
But I think, well, this is what I mean though. Like thinking, okay, let's think like Brian would think. He's a very smart individual, right? You're gonna leave certain things behind because you know that those are the things that they're gonna take. Those are the things that they're gonna consider to be like gold mine style evidence.
Right.
And it will keep them focused on that and not looking at other things.
So
that
wait,
his defense team went
hold
back
on a
and
second.
obtained.
Let me interrupt really quick. So, just given what you said, and you don't think that he did it, if he's an innocent person, why would he go to all those lengths to set something up?
Well, she's saying that if he had an idea thinking that he may be being framed or something.
What I'm saying is that Brian, it's my opinion. This is just my opinion.
Right.
That Brian, once he had access to certain things at WSU in the criminology department and labs, there are things that he found out about those two departments that he probably shouldn't have known.
Okay.
So
I believe that's the reason for the constant weird stops. I believe that even though they say he never got the internship with the Pullman Police Department, I think that's bullshit. And the reason that I think it's bullshit is because the course requirements for the PhD program, he would have had no choice than to intern for either Pullman or Moscow because the two contract with each other.
You have to have an
So
internship. That's correct.
there's a part
Right,
of
but it
me
was
that
his first
believes that
semester there, though.
right, but there's a part of me that believes that he didn't get the internship with Pullman and he went to Moscow instead.
Okay.
And that's where his internship was taking place.
Now, I do have one other question. You said you think that he was recording, like what, audio or something through the TV? I mean,
Well, the smart TV, you can have it turned off and yet it's still recording everything audio and visual. Yeah, audio and visually.
in your house?
Correct. So
What smart
even if
TV
this
does that?
even if the TV is off, if you have that TV connected to Wi-Fi,
Right?
you can make it so that TV, the camera is recording even if the screen is off. The camera in the TV can still record.
What
See, I
what
didn't
TV
know.
has a camera? That's what I'm trying to get to.
There's lots of smart
Because I
TVs that
have
have
tons of
cameras.
smart TVs and I don't have a single one that has a camera in it.
Yeah, there's lots of smart TVs
So
that have
you're
cameras.
saying there's a smart TV that, like, if it has a camera inside of it, and if I'm standing in front of it, I would be able to see myself on camera?
It has like video in
Give
it.
me,
Yeah.
give me a manufacturer. I'm just curious. I want to see this because I need to shop for some stuff, and today is Prime Day, so the start of Amazon Prime Day. So can you
Definitely want
name
to
a
look
brand?
into some of like the 4K recording TVs. There are 4K TVs that have recording in them. There are people who use them for like when they do live streams and stuff, so they can put their live stream right up on their big screen on the TV.
Oh yeah, they do make those. I've seen those. I thought you were talking about something along the lines of him having, because you can use a smart TV as a computer as well.
Right, I know that, and I do that all the time, but I have
That's what I
never
thought you were
used one to
referencing.
record,
But what you
like
just said now is
visual.
quite
Yeah.
interesting. If he had that type of TV in there, that would be really interesting. Um, Chick Antique says hers has that option in it. I've seen a couple of those that they use these that have cameras built into them. I don't own one yet. I'm sure they're super expensive, but um, yeah, I thought you were talking about something altogether different as far
No,
as him.
there's a lot of gamers and stuff like on Twitch. You know, they use the big TVs that record themselves so that they can be live streaming gaming on Twitch while they
Okay.
also have like they'll use their laptops or whatever because my daughter does it all the time to monitor like the chat, but she's on the big screen. Do you get what I'm saying? She's on the
Yeah.
TV doing everything from the television. So
Okay. Well, there. I didn't know that. I thought I knew that they have them built in. I've seen those, and I've heard of gamers
even
using them.
even if well here's what I'm saying, and I'm not even saying I'm right. Even if he didn't have a TV that was able to visually record anything, a smart TV has thumb drives in the back of it. If you maybe don't want certain people having certain information that you want to get into the hands of your defense, should you need one, you
Right.
may want to hide it in a thumb drive in the back of your television.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense too.
Know what I mean?
I was thinking that he may have used that his TV as a computer source to upload certain things into in that sense. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. Because my TV, my biggest TV, I have an 80 inch, or no, 76 inch. I'm sorry, and it has those capabilities to be used almost like a computer would. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's a very interesting theory to think of, though. Um, and I do know that
You
there
know,
are.
I have my doubts. I just have with you. There's from everything that we've learned from some of these most recent document drops and some of the things that the defense is alleging that has been turned over in discovery that is absolutely lacking no connection. Like there's Jay Logsden, the way that he wrote that filing about no victim DNA in the car. I don't believe that Jay Logsden would have filed it the way that he did if he knew that forensics showed evidence of a cleanup of the vehicle. Do you get what I'm saying? So say Jay Logsden is looking at the evidence. Jay Logsden becomes aware that his client potentially used bleach and other cleaning agents to scrub the car, and there is forensic proof of that. he isn't going to write a filing that states everything we've been given shows 0, no victim DNA in the car. He isn't going to write that if he knows there's evidence that the car was cleaned.
Yeah, right.
Know what I mean?
No, absolutely. I understand completely what you're saying.
So I find it very hard to believe that he was able to conduct this crime in the manner that they claim it was conducted and get in and out of that house from the time 4:12 that Xana is still on TikTok to 4:20 when the car is speeding away.
No way.
4 people are brutalized and killed, and he gets into the car and doesn't leave a single microscopic bit from that crime scene in the vehicle.
Anywhere, let alone the vehicle. But yes, correct. Nowhere. It is not possible. I'm sorry.
No, this is what I'm saying. And there are people who are like, he probably lined the car with the shower curtain. And I'm like, are you? Even that, even if he lined the entire car in plastic like Dexter, okay? Unless he wrapped the steering wheel, the blinker, the ignition, he would have had to wrap every single piece of the car in plastic in order to accomplish not leaving a single speck.
You are absolutely right. And I can say that he could have done everything you could possibly do to protect himself from any kind of DNA transfer from this situation. And still, there would have been a speck somewhere, somehow, someplace within his home, the car, his office, and his parents' home. And there was nothing found. Period. That is impossible to me. I'm sorry. I've struggled with that from the moment.
That's kind of, even the video, like these videos coming out about the car and stuff, all of these new videos that have supposedly been leaked. I noticed that literally no one from the state or the defense seems to give a single shit about these videos, which tells me they're probably not as important as everybody thinks, because there's a gag order. And if somebody's out there leaking actual evidence, okay, I'm pretty sure that the state and the defense would be all over that. They would be demanding to know exactly where that footage came from, how it got out, and they don't even care about it.
Right. Exactly. I think it was a kind of a distraction in a sense.
100.
Yeah, I definitely. If you have this story, Lauren, send it to my email. I would love to read this. In fact, here is my email in the chat. That's quite interesting to hear.
God, I wish I was living in the States instead of Canada. I'd be over there right now talking to the prosecutor, the defense attorney, everybody.
Right. There's my Lauren Cakes. There's my email in the bottom of the chat there. I would definitely love to hear that. So thank you for that. Annie, thank you as always for what you had to say. It's quite interesting today. Very, very interesting.
Well, hey, thanks for letting me up. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. I hope you guys have an awesome day.
You as well.
You too.
Looking forward to the
Thanks
next
for the
time.
tip, Annie.
Yeah, thank you. Now I got some more stuff to look into about this case. Thank you, Annie.
Yeah, and Dago, I will, once I get home and I get settled, I will send you all of that information regarding the ministry and stuff.
Yes, ma'am. That is wonderful. Thank you for that so very much. I hope you have an amazing day, and I'm looking forward to the next time you jump up here. Thank you so much, hon.
Bye.
Bye-bye, dear.
See ya.
All right, guys. I think that is going to make. That's the end. We're done. I think we're good.
I got so much research to do.
Oh yeah. We've been going for 4 hours and 52 minutes. I think we're good. You guys are absolutely amazing. Everybody that jumped up here today, thank you all so very much for all your input, your info, your insight, every bit of it. I appreciate it. Derek, it's been great talking to you today, sir. Thank you for jumping up.
I hope this is the first of many, Dago.
I'm looking forward to it, my friend. Every time I do this, you're welcome to jump up here.
I don't even like calling you Dago because I got Italian friends, and it's like it feels like it's a damn insult. You know what I mean?
Not.
When I say
I did it myself. It's all right. It's all right. It was a joke I had from a long time ago, and it just kind of stuck. So no worries, buddy. No worries at all. But I appreciate you so very much. Of course, Dolphin, always appreciated. I love having you up here with me,
Oh yeah, thank you. It was
and I
fun.
all
I
the help
missed
you
most of
do.
it though.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay.
Sorry, I'll have to go back and rewatch.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got so
yeah.
much. I got so much research to do tonight for
There
my
you
video
go.
tomorrow, and for this, and because the more I'm listening, the more I'm thinking this guy's innocent, man. There's no freaking way. This
A lot,
guy's it's a frame up. It's a frame up at the highest levels.
yeah, a lot of people think that and have thought that for quite a long time now. A lot of people don't want to believe that because they'd like to believe in higher powers and the authority of what they are and that they can trust that. But at this point, as I've been saying, what else are we to look at? What else can we look at? We don't see anything that shows us anything other than what we're seeing. Thank you very much, Heather. Again, guys, the channel is so 100% crowdfunded. Anybody that would like to support to keep me coming out to you guys, that's the only way I do this, guys. There are the links for the PayPal, the Cash App, and the Venmo, and I do appreciate you, any one of you that does donate to support this channel to keep us coming to you. Thank you very much for that again. And guys, this was a very, very, very informative show, in my opinion. I appreciate you all so very much. I think it was a great show.
Oh,
I
do you
was
mind
very,
if I
I'm
say one
looking.
quick thing?
Sure.
please do.
Okay. Yeah, because what Vix just said, Vix Logic, said, kind of like made me think, yeah, I'm on the same page with her. She said, if you're an ex-drug addict and know what you know, that's one thing. To be the patsy in criminal charges, wild. I agree with that. I think that there still is a possibility that there's an explanation, for why they're lacking in some
A
certain
logical,
areas.
logical.
So I mean, he could actually still have done it,
Right.
and they are also framing him, or they're trying to like, speed it along or whatever,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
know.
Well, in the story we're going to look into tomorrow, guys, is we're going to go into this thing that Sloopy talked about a while back about Officer Tolleson, okay? And that
Mhm.
story that with what went down with that scenario gives you kind of an insight as to why people are looking at this the way they are. It's quite interesting how that happened. So we're going to be looking into that and a few other things tomorrow when we come back. Same time, same place,
Awesome.
same Dago, same stuff. And I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to digging into this rabbit hole. I really am.
There you go, brother. It gives you something to keep you busy tonight, at least. Good stuff. And I appreciate you so very much again for being up here today, bud. So again, everyone, I want to thank you all so much for joining us today. Like I said, I think it was a great show. You guys are all absolutely amazing, and I love you guys completely to death. I appreciate you all for supporting the channel the way that you do, just for being here and just for being you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other because it's all we got nowadays, guys. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all on the other side. Have a great rest of your day.
See ya,
Talk to you
brother.
soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you guys. See you guys later.
You too. See ya.
I'll see some of you in another channel, I'm sure, later.
All right, right. I'll be one of them, I'm sure.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'll talk to you guys
All right, hon.
soon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.